This is episode 13 of Youthful Perspectives. I'm your host, Mason Beerbaum. My guest today is Rabbi Yitzi Steiner. For most of his life, Yitzi has been educating people about Judaism, especially college students. He and his wife, Javi, have been co-directors of the Chabad House on the University of Minnesota campus since 2010. This past fall, I've become quite close with many members of Chabad, and have been welcomed into their community with open arms. Our conversation is a crash course education on Judaism and its history, from the founding of the faith and Jewish expulsion to anti-Semitism and Israeli politics. We also discussed Yitzi's journey of becoming a rabbi and the lessons his faith has taught him over his lifetime. Though there's still much I need to learn about the issues we covered and the traditions we examined, I came away with a greater appreciation for Judaism and the power of conversing with someone who has different beliefs from my own. I hope this conversation does the same for you. And now, here is Rabbi Yitzi Steiner. We'll start off with the first question here. Where can you trace back your ancestry?
My ancestry goes back from my father's side. It's Hungary. And my mother's side, it's basically Poland. So Eastern Europe is my grandparents. My grandfather's, from my mother's side, his family was one of those few Jewish families that felt that the war was coming, World War II was coming, and they realized that it wasn't good for the Jews, so they actually fled Poland before the war broke out. Really? Which was very unique because most people, like today, lots of time things are going on, different people get into office, and it's just like, oh no, I got to get out of here. Should I flee to this place? Should I flee to that place? And when I hear those questions, I think a little bit about my maternal grandfather and his family making that decision, because it's, who knows, So the fact that they left before the war started is quite interesting. They witnessed the whole war from South America. My mother's side, on the other, my maternal grandmother's family, on the other hand, the entire family was wiped out except for her. So her 10 siblings and her parents. And then my dad's side was Hungary, which they really only experienced the tail end of the war, because until Nazi Germany got there, it was later and stuff.
Okay. Do you know from your maternal grandfather, you said, was the one who got out, and he was in Poland originally. Was there a crossing the Rubicon moment when he was in Poland? He's like, this is our last straw. We have to get out of here now.
So it's hard to say because it wasn't him, right? It was his parents.
Okay.
So he was a child he's 97 years old now, still around actually.
Oh, really? That's awesome.
Yeah. But I never heard the story either way, and I don't even know if he would know necessarily, because he was just a young kid.
Yeah. He's just following his parents.
His parents, yeah.
Okay. Well, it's very fortunate for them, though, that they were able to get out while they were able to.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's it's definitely some heavy stuff to start off with, but it's important to know. Absolutely.
Yeah. I'm the grandchild of Holocaust survivors, basically on all sides. So it's, and to a certain degree, I would say that most Jews are. Unless you come from the Middle East, because obviously World War II never made it to the Middle East. But if you're from Eastern Europe, which probably more than 50% of Jews are today, then you are children or grandchildren of survivors.
What were most Jews that were in Europe at the time in Poland?
Poland, Germany, Hungary, Russia, which were obviously all affected by the war. So I would say Poland was definitely the largest Jewish community in terms of, in general, of those Eastern European countries. But they all had tons and tons of Jews.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's good background knowledge to know going forward. We will come back to that topic later on in the conversation, but I'm curious on what religious values did your parents instill in you growing up?
That's a great question. So I think this would be an opportune time to talk a little bit about Chabad and what Chabad is.
Sure.
Because that will kind of answer the question about the terms of values and Jewish values specifically. So Judaism as a whole, there's lots of many different facets and aspects to Judaism. And maybe we'll get to some of the details soon about like the different general factors. But for the purpose of this discussion, to answer this question specifically, I will say that most of, let's call it traditional Judaism, is kind of divided up into two different categories. There's what we would call Hasidic Jews and non-Hasidic Jews. And again, that's all just within the branch of traditional, some people might call it Orthodox, some people might call it observant Judaism, traditional Judaism. They're all somewhat synonymous. One branch of Hasidic Judaism is what's called the Chabad sect. It's Hasidism, again, is something it's only about 300 and 350 years old. It was instituted by a man by the name of the Baal Shem Tov. We're going back a few hundred years where Judaism, to a certain degree, was at an all-time low. Low, I would say, both from a physical standpoint, right? We've just come off of pogroms and crusades and just persecution after persecution. And Jews were broken during those times. And then also from a spiritual extent, to a spiritual extent, that it was also quite, they were at a low point. Because when there's no money, when the materialism down, when they're broken morally, then it's hard to be motivated, it's hard to be inspired. It's also, and I would say a key part of it is hard to be educated also. And within Judaism, there became a big divide between educated Jews and non-educated Jews. So again, I don't want to go into too many details because I don't want to lose the attention span of the listener. But the point really is that this idea of Hasidic Judaism sprung up, which the idea was to infuse Judaism with a certain life, with energy, with happiness. It was a very important focus on happiness and joy, but also with it wouldn't be kind of bridge the divide between educated and uneducated. Okay, so that's what Hasidic Judaism turned into, and from there were many different sects that came about, different Hasidic sects. One of those sects was Chabad, and Chabad was always very unique to the extent that Chabad, most, let's call it, traditional Jews and Hasidic Jews live, let's call it, very insular lives. They want to live in a community. They want to make sure that they are walking distance from their friends. They're walking distance from a synagogue. They don't want to necessarily want lots of outside influences. And that's the way many observant Jews and Hasidic Jews bring up their children. They want to make sure that their children aren't influenced, their husbands aren't influenced, their wives aren't influenced, and so on. Chabad, based on the teachings of the Chabad philosophy, this is why I'm getting to your question.
Absolutely.
Is, I would say, just the opposite, where it's, don't go and build an enclave. Don't go and build a compound of just, religious Jews. Go out there in the world. Establish a center right next to a fraternity on a college campus,
exactly,
right? Or somewhere in middle of Zimbabwe. We're in the middle of celebrating the holiday of Passover. So This past Saturday night we had a Passover Seder here, the largest Passover Seder in the world. This takes place in Kathmandu, Nepal. Really? Over 2,500 people attend one Passover Seder. Right? That's a Chabad in Kathmandu, Nepal, that hosts a Seder like that. It's mainly for a lot of backpackers and tourists, not that many Jews, Nepalese Jews per se, but it's the idea, there's over 4,000 Chabad centers worldwide that all have the same goal and mission, which is to teach Jews about their Judaism, encourage Jews to get in touch with their Judaism, and for what level they want. There's no one end goal. As long as somehow, in some way, they get in touch with their Judaism, whatever they did until now, just do a little bit more.
Yeah.
Learn about it a little bit more, inspire themselves a little bit more, inspire someone else to do a little bit more. Anyways, So that's, I would say, my 120-second elevator pitch on what Chabad is. And so to answer your question, your simple question, about what values did I grow up with and what did my parents teach me? My parents taught me very much about, there's a saying. It's the first Hebrew alphabet is Aleph. Okay, so there's 22 Hebrew alphabets, letters in the Hebrew alphabet, and the first one is Aleph. And there's this line, if you know Aleph, teach Aleph. Like if you know A, teach A. If you know B, teach B too. But even if you just know A, even if you just know Aleph, teach Aleph. So I would say that was a huge value that I grew up with. And therefore, as I got older and got married and was looking for a career, to open up a Chabad house was definitely something that was on my radar. And something that I was very passionate about doing, because if I know Aleph, I'm going to teach Aleph. And at that point, the University of Minnesota was one of the last, definitely Big Ten, but large state schools in the country that never had a Chabad house. And that's how I ended up here, which is, I guess, a longer story for itself. But that's the answer to the question about how I grew up and what type of values.
Yeah, no, it's a very cool thing to be doing, I think, that you learn that value from your parents, and then you go out and live that value in your life, and then you open up the center here. And I mean, me being here is a case in point of that idea of being open and not creating that enclave where me, baptized a Catholic, more agnostic now, and now I've been welcomed in here with open arms. Even today, I was just walking past on my way back to my apartment, coming back from a job interview, and I get a couple of girls that are in Chabad come out and like, Mason, come in, we're having dinner, come eat. And I'm like, absolutely, 100%. So it's this very welcoming community too. So that's very cool that you're able to live that value out that your parents taught you in your professional career. I'm curious on if you have a moment in your childhood when you first realized that you were Jewish. Is there any clear moment that you had, or is it something that just the way you were brought up, you didn't really think anything of it?
Yeah, I was definitely brought up Jewish, involved with Judaism. I went to Jewish school from when I was a little child. I don't have an epiphany moment of when I realized that I'm Jewish. Always carried that with me. Not only that, but it's interesting question that you say this, that you ask this, because part of being a Jew and a practicing Jew specifically is there are certain things that you do that are virtually impossible to forget. So obviously this is just audio and not visual, but Mason can attest the fact that I'm wearing something on my head.
Yes.
Okay, that's called a kippah. So it's like, and there's another thing which is called tzitzit. Again, I'm just going to show it to you.
They're the tassels.
The tassels, right? It's a four-cornered garment that has tassels on it, which is to remind us about our mitzvot, the let's call it the rules, the commandments, our way of life. And I think that is very what's the word I'm looking? Intentional. It's very intentional for Jewish people to constantly be aware and in the know and abreast that they're Jewish. It's not there to stick out like a sore thumb, although you have that aspect as well. It's more of knowing who you are, knowing what your purpose in this world is, knowing what your responsibilities are. So, I went on that little spiel there it's because of the way Judaism is designed, it's kind of difficult to forget and or to like just have this moment, I didn't realize I was Jewish.
Right.
It's just so part and parcel of who I am constantly. I'll just give you another example. The food that I eat, I only eat kosher. So it's like from a little child, I already know that I can't go in the mall or walk in the airport or, just let's get to the air. Most families will get to the airport a little early. So they can have dinner or lunch before their flight, right? Or you're going out to a movie or you're going out to the mall, and it's always accompanied with lunch or dinner. not the way I grew up, because and eating is something you do every single day, and you're constantly aware of that you're Jewish, and that's a huge part of the way I live my life, and I think that's why it's a little difficult for me to say, like, oh, I didn't realize until that moment.
Right. No, and that's understandable too, especially when you're brought up going to a Jewish school like that. It's just, you're just living life.
Right.
You're living a Jewish life, but that's the life that you just were brought up in. You didn't even think anything of it at the time, sort of deal. You mentioned kosher food, and I'm curious because I've had some here, and it's actually, growing up when I heard that, I was like, kosher food for some reason had like the stigma that it wasn't good. But the food I've had here is very delicious. Like, I've had the bread that you guys serve on those. Oh my gosh, it is so good. Like, whatever you guys put in that stuff, it is delicious. But I'm curious on what separates kosher food from any other food, because I think a lot of people hear that word thrown around and they know it's a thing, but they aren't sure exactly what makes it distinct from other food.
Right. It's very long and detailed. I'm going to try to give the abridged version of what kosher is.
Okay.
In short, it's the premise of it is we don't mix milk and meat. Mm-hmm. So we'll never have a cheeseburger or never have milk or butter on our meat or anything like that. Milk and meat is completely separate.
So that would be like a cheeseburger, like you said, with the dairy product or whatever. Gotcha. Okay.
And not only that, but we also have separate dishes in our kitchens. When we cook for meat, it's got to be strictly meat dishes, and when we cook with dairy, it's strictly dairy dishes.
Okay.
So that's one basic premise of kosher. Another aspect of kosher is the type of meat. So the meat, if it's an animal, it has to. There's two signs that the Torah, the Bible, the Old Testament, many different names for the same thing, dictates that it has to have split hooves and chew its cud. So today I feel like the world generally only eats 2 or 3 types of meats. Obviously, you go to different countries or different parts of even the U.S., they might eat alligator, but like the average person isn't eating alligator or stuff like that. That's really between, beef and pork. Pork is not kosher. It does not chew its cud.
Okay.
It does have split hooves. But that's basically, so when it comes to meat, it's got to, that's what it has to, beef, it has to have, so it's more or less just cow type of meat, and it also has to be slaughtered in the proper way.
Okay.
So that would also make something kosher or unkosher. Even if you have, not all cow meat is kosher, if it's not slaughtered correctly, then it wouldn't be kosher.
And that's just an ancient tradition that's been practiced for hundreds and hundreds of years.
Thousands of years.
Yeah,
it's dictated in the Torah.
Okay.
There's certain birds that are kosher, certain fish that are kosher. Like, it's got to, also 2 signs on fish. It's got to have fins and scales. Okay, so no shellfish are kosher.
Yeah, like shrimp for
no shrimp.
example.
I've never had shrimp. No crab.
Yeah, that's too bad. But I respect the dedication. But yeah, it's missing out low key. But that's all right.
You think? Here's the crazy thing. I don't feel like I'm missing out at all. Isn't that crazy? Like we're 2 people sitting across the table. You say I'm missing out. I'm like, what? I don't know about that.
No, that's fair. That's fair.
Isn't it? Like, it's just it's what you're used to and what you know. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. More for us, I guess. That works too.
Very well said.
So going back then to your childhood when you're in your being brought up in this Jewish household or Jewish lifestyle, I'm assuming you do remember when you had your bar mitzvah. That's a very important moment in a young Jewish man's life. Could you describe for the listeners what a bar mitzvah is and what your experience was like going through that?
Sure. I'm just curious why you started at bar mitzvah. There's 2 other important parts of a child's life in the what I'll call the Jewish life cycle that you skipped.
Well, I'll be honest and frank, I'm not as knowledgeable in it, so I just thought bar mitzvah was like the
first one.
The equivalent to like getting, I guess there's baptism in Christianity, and so I just equated it to that. But do enlighten me though on the other ones that I skipped over.
So the first one, specifically for a boy, but I can say I remember it, was my circumcision.
Okay.
So I can't really talk to the experience about it because I don't remember it, but I'm sure it was a lovely event.
Is that that's on the 8th day?
8th day,
right?
8th day, as long as the child is healthy.
Oh, okay.
So if there's no jaundice, if there's no medical problems, then it will be on the 8th day. If there's anything wrong with the child, it will get postponed until the child is healthy enough to go through that.
Okay.
But again, I'm not going to talk much about that because I don't remember it that well. And then there's another part where a child, a boy specifically, for the first 3 years of his life, his hair is not cut. And again, it's a lot less known of a tradition, but I feel like we're talking about life cycle events within Judaism, so we'll hit it briefly.
Yeah.
And to a certain degree, that's when at the age of 3, when a child basically hits education. That's when they're prone and ready for education. Because until you're 3 years old, you don't really know. There's very little level of comprehension. So yes, even before I was 3 years old, I maintained kosher to a certain degree because there was only kosher food in my house. But if I just had chicken for dinner and then I wanted a bottle, a milk bottle, that is.
Yes.
I'm not waiting. Something I didn't mention before, that between milk and meat, we actually wait. Again, so if I have meat or chicken, so chicken for the purpose of kosher, it basically falls into the category of meat. I'll wait 6 hours before I can have any dairy. From dairy to meat, it's only 1 hour. Again, I'm just kind of shooting off the Jewish laws about it. We don't have to get into the details because I'm not sure how interesting that would be.
We do have a lot to cover, but yes,
So,
I do remember you mentioning that before when I was here previously. But isn't it something just to, like, kind of appreciate the fact that you have these things to eat? At least that's how I interpreted it when I heard it explained.
You're asking about the waiting?
Yeah.
The waiting purpose is so our body clears. In other words, our digestion system takes much longer to digest meat. It's a lot thicker, it's a lot tougher, and so on. Out of our teeth, and then milk, on the other hand, dairy products. Most dairy products are much shorter, and that's why it's.
So you don't want to mix. Okay, I see what you're saying now. Yeah, even internally, you don't want to.
Even
mix.
internally,
okay,
exactly.
Gotcha.
But my point. Sorry, back to the point of a 3-year-old child. So up until your 3-year-old child, you're young. You don't really have a comprehension about Judaism, anyways. But at 3 years old, our tradition basically is now you're prone. Now you're ready for Jewish education. So at that point, a little child, a boy, will start wearing the kippah that we talked a little bit about before.
And that's also called a yarmulke, correct?
Correct. That's
but
great.
You refer to it as kippah. Am I pronouncing that
Kippah, yarmulke. It depends who I'm talking to.
Okay.
It will be the term that I'll use. They're both 100% correct. There's a few other terms for it, but yeah, those are the two most well-known ones.
Gotcha. Okay.
And that's when they'll also start wearing their tzitzit, their four-cornered garment with the strings attached to it. And the reason for the haircut is because there's a Jewish idea that we leave the corners of our face a little bit uncut, like sideburns type of things. Which most people have them today. I shouldn't say most people. Many people do have them today, but within Judaism, it's there for a purpose, and it stems back to the time when most of Judaism was centered around the agricultural system, and because most people were in agriculture, and there was a Jewish law that one was not allowed to cut the corners of their fields. So no matter what type of field you had, you were not allowed to cut that. That was meant and left for the poor people to come, and any poor person knew that they can come to a Jewish person's field and they can take the crop, they can take the fruit, they can take the veg, whatever it is, that was reserved for them. Okay. Today we don't really, obviously we still have an agricultural system, but it's not surrounded around that. So it was then adapted that we keep the corners of our face, again, the sideburns type of thing, in order to remember that and realize that that's a central part of Judaism.
And that's why if you see people with like the long curly sideburns, then that's what you're referring to.
Exactly.
Okay.
That's 100% what that is. And that's the reason for it. Same name. Some people just have customs and traditions kind of grew. But yes, that's a 3-year-old. And at a 3-year-old child, that's when they begin doing that. Mm-hmm. Anyways, so that's the second life cycle event. Mm-hmm. Now on to the bar mitzvah.
Yes.
I don't even remember what your question was, other than it was a bar. You asked.
Yeah, no, that's totally fine. It was the. Could you describe what your bar mitzvah was like, and then what that symbolizes in Judaism?
Okay, so what my bar mitzvah was like, it was a party. It was a party for my family. It was a party for my friends. It's a celebration that happens when a boy turns 13 and when a girl turns 12. A bar mitzvah means when a child becomes responsible. The word bar means owner, like you become the owner of a mitzvah. And I mentioned that word before. And in short, what a mitzvah is, it's the obligations that Jewish people have. There's about 613 of them. Most of them don't apply on a daily basis. Some of them are very much holiday related. For example, right now, as we're recording this podcast, we're celebrating the holiday of Passover. There are certain mitzvot, which would be plural for mitzvah, that we're supposed to do on Passover. We're supposed to eat matzah. We're supposed to celebrate, right? That's only relevant today. That's not going to be relevant next week. And there's many, many Jewish holidays that we have, many Jewish traditions. Some of them are only relevant on Saturday. Some of them are only relevant in Israel. Some of them are only relevant while the temple stood in Jerusalem. So when I say 613, it could sound a lot, but it's not really that many. On a daily basis, it's somewhere between 10 and 15, which is also a lot. I feel like it's more than what the average person realizes that they're supposed to do.
For sure. Hence the reminders then with everything.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. So in short, that's what a bar mitzvah is. It's a time where a child, to a certain degree, according to Jewish law, they're not a child anymore.
Yeah.
At that point, they become responsible for themselves, for their actions, and they take ownership of their Judaism.
So it'd be like in today's day and age, this isn't a perfect analogy, but like someone turning 18. That's viewed as a very symbolic, you're an adult now sort of deal.
I think so. I think it's very similar. The difference, though, is that in, let's say, our society, there's no obligations that an 18-year-old really has to do. There's just right.
Yeah,
I'm thinking out loud. I could be mistaken.
No, that's true. Yeah,
Is there anything that an 18-year-old is responsible to do that a 17-year-old isn't?
Vote, I suppose.
You're right. That's a good one.
That could be one.
That could be one.
But that depends.
Jury duty, technically, if it comes up, like those are the few responsibilities that, let's say, at least here in America, what we have.
But just the sense of like an age marking when you become you become an adult now, sort of deal. Okay, that's cool. But yeah, your bar mitzvah was fun though. It sounds like I've seen videos of them, or like I remember there's a Modern Family episode where they were at a bar mitzvah, an episode there, and it looked like they're super fun. Is that when you have the chair and like there's someone's hoisted up on the chair?
Yeah. Adam Sandler recently came out with a movie maybe a year or so ago, maybe a little bit more. You're So Not Invited to My Bat Mitzvah. Did you ever see that one?
No, I did not. No.
But yeah, was it Adam? I think it was Adam. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I've only seen Happy Gilmore and was it Billy Madison? But I hear Happy Gilmore 2 is coming out, so I'll probably have to see that. But yeah, I'm not the most well-versed when it comes to Adam Sandler movies. But
that's fair.
Yeah.
No worries.
I missed that one. But out of this bar mitzvah then, and you become 13, you're still progressing throughout your teenage years. I'm curious on when you first began contemplating the idea of becoming a rabbi.
Oof. It's a good question. So, like I said before, that I kind of grew up, a lot of my education was with the Chabad philosophy. So even the schools that I went to were exclusively Chabad. Mm-hmm. So to a certain degree, it was a huge part of my education. Now, my parents would consider themselves, they practice Judaism and with let's call it under the persuasion of Chabad or the philosophy of Chabad. But my parents are professionals. My dad's a psychologist, and my mom runs her own clinic. But but the philosophy was always a part of who I was in the house that I grew up with. So to a certain degree, it was always something that I contemplated. It wasn't something that was so foreign to me because of the education, because of that I'm part of, and I surround myself with the Chabad philosophy. Mm-hmm. So even as a young student, on my breaks, I would go visit other Chabad houses. And I would see what they were like. So it was always a huge part of who I was. So to a certain degree, I feel like it was always an option. It wasn't something that I had to do. Nobody forced me to do this, but it was always something that I was very inclined to do. I loved the idea of going back to what I said before. If you know Aleph, teach Aleph. You know A, teach A. So it wasn't like, an epiphany that happened or something that I witnessed or something that it was when I dated my wife, Javi. While we dated, we broached the idea, like, what are you thinking of what are you thinking of doing? What do you want to do? And opening up a Chabad house was something that a lot of her siblings are Chabad rabbis around the U.S., around the world, actually. So I was already studying to become a rabbi at that time. So, and not that I would definitely wanted to become a rabbi for a career. I was studying it anyways because I love the philosophy. I love Judaism. So I don't think I can point to a specific moment, but I think it was just something that was always an option for me. Again, not necessarily on a college campus,
right?
But just how the cards fell.
Yeah, here we are. It's kind of just baked into your being sort of deal.
Yeah.
It's always an option. But eventually you did decide to become a rabbi. And I guess the way I view it, as I mentioned earlier, brought up in a Catholic household, they're going to, going to church on Sundays. I always kind of view the religious leaders through the lens of like a priest, in the sense like when you want to become a priest, then you go to, a university to become a priest. I forget the term off the top of my head, but study theology. And
seminary. No?
Seminary, yes. And then, so is there a seminary equivalent when it comes to becoming a rabbi?
Yeah.
Okay.
So even before I decided that I wanted to for sure do that for a career, I was studying. Like I said before, I went to Jewish high school and to a Jewish college. So I was studying Judaism for even years before that I decided to go on to rabbinical school. Many people in the Chabad world or in the traditional Jewish world, because Judaism is something that's so a part of their life. It's not, to go to a Jewish school or to go to study Jewish law isn't necessarily something that's only reserved for rabbis or those that want to become spiritual leaders. Everyone's got to know how to live a Jewish life. So there's something called a yeshiva, which I think would be the equivalent of a seminary. And yeshiva literally is a study hall. There's many different yeshivot all over the world. I spent a few years in Michigan. I spent 2 years in Israel. I did an apprenticeship program in Russia. And then I came back to Israel, then back to Brooklyn. So, it's a lot. It's a lot of, I would say the yeshiva would be the equivalent to the seminary. But I will say that the actual rabbinical school is only a 2-year program. But the reason why it's only 2 years is because most of those that are already going into it have a lot of background already within Judaic studies, Jewish law, and so on.
Yeah. Case in point yourself,
Yeah.
being that, coming in already knowing what you're doing, sort of deal.
Correct.
Through your personal education and then as well going to, I forget the name you said.
Yeshiva.
I'm going there as well, and then traveling to Israel and Russia and back to Israel and all the other places that you've been. What were some important lessons you learned during that educational process?
Lessons is to value the individual. I would say is a huge lesson that I've learned. It's not necessarily about the amount of people. I guess the cliche line we would say today, it's not quantity, it's the quality. Right. Quality over the quantity. And I would say that it's especially interesting within Judaism because we're not really into the proselytization thing, but that's a whole different subject for its own. Maybe we can get into that later. But it's the individual, I would say, is a huge important lesson, to listen and to be there and to be present. And to not get too carried away in the details of the law but understand the spirit of the law and understand what we're trying to do. And maybe the last point I'll say, again, I can probably go on for a long time with this, but the last point I'd say is the idea of recognizing that Judaism is just a relationship between man and God.
Mm-hmm.
And just like any relationship, it's not all or nothing. The more you can do, the better. And if today you can do bed and breakfast, do bed and breakfast. But if the next day you don't do bed and breakfast, doesn't mean you're a bad boyfriend or a bad husband. Just you do what you can, and you try hard, and recognize that it's a relationship that you're building.
Yeah, striving for that 2 steps forward, 1 step back sort of deal. As long as it's more steps forward than steps back, you're doing good. But you mentioned God, and obviously that's a huge part of Judaism. I'm curious, from your perspective, how would you define God? And you can do a whole 3-hour podcast just on that. And I know it's a loaded question, but I'm curious from your perspective, how would you define God?
In short, I would say it's the higher power. Some people refer to it as the prime mover, first cause. I think those are all synonymous with God. I do not think that God is a big man in the sky with a long beard and a white stick. And I think that one of the interesting things, specifically through my work, is that lots of times the first time that most of us, religious and non-religious people, Jews, Christian, Muslims, doesn't make a difference, they hear about God is when they're children, right? You ask a parent or you ask a teacher, and I'm going through that now with one of my children, who created the world, or how did the world come about? Like any 4 or 5-year-old starts to think about that. Now, if you come from a somewhat religious home, the answer will be God.
Mm-hmm.
So then the next question for the 4 or 5-year-old is, so who is God, or what is God, right? And the way that the child understands who God is, that generally is their perception for all of their childhood, adolescence, and maybe older teens of what God is. Why? Because they understand it then, or they think they understand it then, and that's what they leave it with.
Mm-hmm.
They forget that 95% of the other information they heard as children eventually does need to be updated. But for whatever reason, I feel that the term God, higher power, like that doesn't get updated because people are uncomfortable with the topic, it's a hard subject. But not that you asked, but I'm just sharing. I think that that's an important thing for people to do, is not to settle with the way they understood God when they first heard about it, but to update their software and understand who God is from a mature standpoint, not just from a child standpoint.
Yeah, 100%. I think, as I've mentioned before, being more agnostic myself, at least from my understanding of the term agnostic, is not necessarily subscribing to a specific faith, but believing that there is something bigger than yourself up there. And I think the way you define God, in the sense that it's not a man with a stick, looking down upon everyone, but it's some sort of being, some sort of form of energy. That's kind of how I've come to conceptualize it in my brain as well. So that's kind of interesting how you mentioned that from the Jewish perspective. That's how God is perceived. Because I know, like I said, brought up in Catholic household, going to church on Sundays, it's God is like this supreme being. And it was interesting when you mentioned the individual. It felt like being brought up in Christianity, it was the individual is second to God, and that might be the case in Judaism, but it seems like the way you're describing it, it's like the individual is valued more, in the sense you're not just like subservient to God, like, oh my gosh, I'm repent all my sins, all my power goes to God. It's more living that life of God out in your daily life and interactions too. So that's a very interesting way to define it. And I think that's something I would agree with, at least at this point. But the idea is to evolve or try to better understand your definition as you go forward from when you're a child and when you first hear the concept of God is very important too. And it's kind of maybe what I'm subconsciously doing, having this interview right now, or having interviewed a priest on this podcast previously, is just hear these different perspectives for a question that has been asked probably since humans were around, is how did we all get here, sort of deal too. Because there's an answer out there. If we're alive to figure that out, I'll be surprised. But there is an answer. It's a matter of time. But that's a very interesting answer. I do appreciate that.
Well, now that we're just talking about God, I'm going to share something that I think might be interesting to people. I think the difference between the belief in God within Judaism versus, let's take the other two mainstream, two larger religions, Islam and Christianity. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that the definition of being a Christian is believing in God, right? If you don't believe in Jesus, if you don't believe that God or that Jesus died for your sins, then you're not Christian, right? That in itself is part of what is the defining factor. Would you agree with that?
I think certainly for a lot of people it is, and I think that's kind of, especially for like people in the Catholic faith, it's definitely like there's prayers that we would say every Sunday where it's like Jesus is the one, or God is the one and only God, and Jesus is your Savior, and like I do sort of deal. Like you just like have to always say that. So yeah, I would say that's probably an accurate description of it.
So in Judaism is different, though. The defining factor of whether a person is Jewish or not is not necessarily with their belief. You can have many Jews that don't believe. I like to tell the story about the guy who stands outside the mosque on a Friday afternoon, and he asks all the worshipers coming out of the mosque, he says, do you believe in Allah? One by one, of course. What do you think I'm doing here? Do you believe in Allah? Of course. And then he hops on Sunday, and he hops over to the church, and he asks all the worshipers while coming out, do you believe in Jesus? And obviously, one by one says, of course, absolutely. What do you think I'm doing here otherwise? Mm-hmm. And then he goes to a synagogue on Yom Kippur, which is the holiest day of the Jewish calendar, right? It's the most well-observed day that people go to, the once or twice a year Christians that, go Christmas and Easter. So Judaism, we also have that. It's called the high holidays. And for those two, Yom Kippur is the holiest one. And then on that day, there's one prayer, the end of the day, whereas like the holiest prayer of all. So if anyone's going to spend 45 minutes being Jewish, right, that's that time. Mm-hmm. So he stands outside the synagogue on that day during that service. And after the service, the worshipers come out and he asks one by one, do you believe in God? And I don't know, maybe, I don't know. So what are you doing here? He asks them, just in case. And
there you go.
The idea is that believing in God within Judaism isn't necessarily the defining factor of being Jewish. Being a Jew just means that you were born to a Jewish mother, mm-hmm. or that one converted to Judaism. But a person is just as Jewish as Moses, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, or Leah, even if they don't believe in God.
Yeah, that's interesting. And we talked about that yesterday when I came to visit you, how my buddy who doesn't think or doesn't say he's Jewish, but I believe his mom's Jewish, and it's like, well, then you're as Jewish as Moses. It's like that's an interesting concept to try to comprehend. And in Christianity, that'd be the equivalent, at least from my understanding. It's like you're as Christian as Jesus, sort of deal. It's like that. It would almost sound arrogant to say something like that from a Christian's perspective, but in the Jewish faith, that's very much part of the belief system. And that's very interesting, because talking to some of the college students that frequent Chabad here, they're like, I don't even believe in God, or I don't know if I believe in God, but they're still here multiple times a week, always on Friday, coming here. It's a very cultural part of it too. Right. It seems like, where you probably have that in different faiths as well, but it's always that idea of course I believe in Allah, or I believe in God. Like, what? That's a dumb question to even ask me.
Exactly.
That's interesting though. But I know, again, talking about with other people, Jesus, I guess this is kind of jumping ahead a little bit, but since we brought him up, what's the Jewish perspective towards Jesus?
Well, as you know, Judaism was around before Jesus was around. Mm-hmm. Judaism is a few thousand years before Jesus. So in most of our books and scriptures, Jesus doesn't exist. I do know that there are certain strands of Christianity, that do take certain verses out of, Isaiah, I think 42, or like there's certain verses that they will come out and say, this is referring to Jesus. not the Jewish belief. That's a Christian belief strictly, because Jesus wasn't really around when definitely none of the 5 books of Moses or the books of the scriptures or any of that wasn't around. He was around during the time of the Talmud, when the Talmud was written, and essentially what the Talmud is when Jewish law was being codified. You're right. We're talking about right after the Common, a little before, but mainly after the Common Era, which is when Jesus was around. But there's really no mention of Jesus within Judaism.
So he's just another historical figure, more or less.
Within Judaism, he wouldn't be historical, because
I guess,
Judaism was around
after.
For us, we can
concept.
sit here, 2,000 years later, saying that he's an historical figure. But in terms of Judaism, right, he wouldn't be a figure at all, because he didn't exist until afterwards.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I know my one buddy. I told him I was going to interview a rabbi. He's like, ask him what his thoughts are on Jesus, because I'm curious to hear. Well, there you go, Berg. Now you know, right there.
Exactly.
So
I will say that the one thing that I think that Jesus could be uncomfortable for Jews is because for hundreds of years, Jews were persecuted and killed all in the name of Jesus, right? For the fact Jews were blamed for killing Jesus, right? Throughout the Crusades, right? Jews were very much persecuted in the name of Jesus. Again, not today, and we can also talk about a little bit about that later, of how and when Jews are persecuted. But today, we're not persecuted because of religion. But at the end of the day, it was and is a huge part of the Jewish history of Jews being persecuted in the name of Jesus.
So if anything, there's almost a negative connotation when it comes to mention of Jesus and its relationship to Judaism.
Correct, but between me and you, it wasn't Jesus per se. It wasn't about him as the person or the prophet or the God. It was obviously his disciples and his, right? He wasn't around during the Crusades.
Right, and assuming from my understanding of Jesus and what he believed, he probably wouldn't endorse that sort of behavior.
I would agree with you.
Turning back then to other debates within Judaism, what is the Jewish belief surrounding heaven and hell? Curious on what your thoughts are on that.
Sure. Heaven and hell. Like many things within Christianity, I think that many, even Jews, have this perception of what heaven and hell is. And because of most of the world is Christian, even Jews have this perception of that's what heaven and hell is. Movies and shows, and it's so much part of our culture. But whatever you know about heaven and hell, Judaism it is very different than the Christian aspect of it. And in short, heaven is the idea of basking in the glory of divinity. So through the Jewish lens, every person has a soul. We have different aspects to our soul. And just like, and maybe I understood this as a kid, so maybe as a grown man I still perceive it that way, but do you remember Pac-Man?
Yeah.
It's not really a thing anymore.
I know, yeah.
Right? So after that the cross comes up and the soul comes out, right? I think that's what that is in the game.
Yeah.
That's the way I always understood it, and that's the way I perceive it now, that after we pass, after we die, our soul goes back to heaven. It goes back to where it came from. Our souls come from heaven. What is heaven? Heaven is divinity, spirituality. It's not a physical thing. It's not a physical destination or location. And that's where souls come from. And after a soul comes down into this world and fulfills its purpose in this world, after it lives 80, 90, 100 years in this world, it goes back up. But before it can go back up and spend time, so to speak, basking in that glory, it needs to make sure that it's fit. So a soul that came down in this world and did what it was supposed to do, and if it's a Jewish person and they did all of their responsibilities and did their mitzvot, as we spoke about before, then they go straight to heaven. If it's a Christian and they did what they're supposed to do as a Christian, will go to heaven. If it's a Muslim, if whatever it is, as long as they have fulfilled their purpose in this world, then they go to heaven. But if there were certain mistakes that they did and things that weren't on the straight and narrow, let's call it,
Yep.
then the soul needs to prepare itself to go back into heaven. So we like to call it is more similar to the idea of purgatory.
Yeah.
It's a cleansing process. You know when you go to an event and you are either very underdressed or very overdressed, like you feel uncomfortable. That's what a soul, if it came straight from earth, straight back into heaven, it would feel uncomfortable. It was just, we both had steak for dinner tonight. I know what you ate for dinner tonight,
Yes,
Mason. So I was like,
yes.
right? We just indulged in materialism.
Mm-hmm.
If we both went back up to heaven today, that would be like, we wouldn't feel comfortable. They don't know what steak is there. A steak to a certain degree is like the epitome of materialism.
Mm-hmm.
That world is the epitome of spirituality. They don't necessarily go well together.
Mm-hmm.
So the idea is to prepare the soul to go into this heaven, which is this resting or basking in this in the divinity. It needs to prepare itself, and that's what hell is. Hell is a time where it prepares the soul to be comfortable and fit into heaven. And the longest time that a soul could spend in hell is 12 months.
Mm-hmm.
Even the worst of the worst, that's the longest time that it can spend there, and then the soul enters heaven.
So it's more beneficial for the individual's soul to be in hell or purgatory, however you want to classify it, because it's preparing them for a better place in
Correct.
heaven.
However, I'll say that it's where it does have a similar connotation to Christianity is it's probably not so comfortable for the soul to be there, because it's there's got to be a level of shame to what that would mean from a spiritual stance. And think of it going through a real cleanse, like a real rough car wash, but like kind of squeaky clean.
Yeah, but the most eternal car wash ever. Yeah,
Exactly.
for sure. Okay, that's good to know.
So I just wanted to mention that yes, you're right, but where it's preparing, like it's going to a better place, but at the end of the day, there's still some sort of level of uncomfortability.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's not all sunshine and rainbows.
Exactly.
For sure. I'm curious also, in your role as a rabbi, how do you balance tradition with the societal changes through the progression of time? I feel like that's a delicate dance for someone in your position.
Yeah. It's the reason why it's a great question is because that it's one of the most challenging things that I do. To a certain degree, I'm not only being a rabbi in 2025, I'm a rabbi to college students, which are the most plugged in to the latest and greatest of society. So if you want to be relevant, it's much easier for me to be relevant to 50 or 60-year-olds. They don't really, right? If I'm not on TikTok and Snapchat, for a 50-year-old, I think I can still be relevant. But like for a college student, it's not. You've got to be really plugged into what's going on. So to answer your question, how do I do it? Is I know what the guiding factor is. What there is. For example, for me, it's Jewish law. So I will do anything and everything as long as it's in line and in sync with Jewish law. And why that's somewhat easy is because as long as you know Jewish law and you know what your values are, then it's very easy for the students will come and be like, Yitzi, let's do this program. I'd love to, but it's that I can't because I only do things that are in line or in sync with Jewish law. So it to a certain degree, it's very easy that way because I have my guiding principles. Anyone who knows that, but at the if it's not a problem within Jewish law, I'm game. So that's how I balance it. Knowing what your boundaries are, knowing what your guiding principles are, it makes it so much easier. The challenge is when you don't have guiding principles and you don't have values, and it's just like, then it's so much more complicated of where do I draw the line?
Right.
I know exactly where I draw the line. It's black and white.
Yeah, that's good to have as a rule of thumb, not only for someone in your position, but just for life.
Yeah.
Those values, just guiding principles. I mean, hence the term guiding principles.
Exactly.
And that's probably why you're also able, when we met yesterday, we're talking about the Lex Friedman podcast and Joe Rogan experience. Like, you're tapped into what the manosphere, as they call it, because there's probably a lot of guys that come in here, or girls too, that are listening to podcasts, and it's a very important part of our online ecosystem, and that's another way for you to relate to people. And I'm sure there's other ways that you do that as well. So staying relevant with the times as well, seems like you're pretty dialed in when it comes to that as well.
Absolutely.
How do you navigate disagreements and conflicts with your congregation, if that's the right term to use?
I'm not sure I really need to very much. If they disagree with me on something between each other, is the question both? I don't really feel like anyone's allowed to have their opinion. I don't believe that I'm here, and part of my job and role as a rabbi is to convince anybody to believe the way I believe or to practice the way I practice. Like I said before, my guiding principle is just get them to do something a little bit more. I have a product to sell. If you want it, I'd love to sell it for you to you. If you don't want it, right? So I don't feel like I need to get into conflict or disagreement very much in my work. Maybe as a pulpit rabbi, if somebody is a rabbi of a community congregation and people pay dues and membership, and you have different people within your community that have conflict, it's a whole different story. Here, it's not like that. It's there's just not the community that I have. I'm servicing college students.
You're more as the wise elder. They come for advice sort of deal.
Yeah.
That's probably a lot less stressful, though there is stress involved, I would assume. Certainly not as difficult as, like you said, running an actual organization in that sense, where there's money involved in this, that, and the other thing. So that's good to hear then, because then you can stay focused on those guiding principles and selling the quote-unquote product as well, too, and trying to become a better salesman, to use the same metaphor.
Yeah.
Now I think I want to turn more, we've been alluding to some of it, the Jewish history aspect of Jewishness, I guess, and where it originated from. So I guess a good place to start was, where would you say, or when did Judaism originate? Is there a specific date or a specific time period when Judaism arose? When did it originate?
I would say it originated the creation of the world, which is, according to Jewish tradition, is 5,784 years ago. 85 years ago, sorry. The first Jew didn't come about until a few generations later. Abraham and Sarah were the first two Jewish people.
They're the Adam and Eve, more or less. Actually, I don't know if that would be a correct term to use, but
Adam and Eve were the first two human beings.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
But in terms of what, Abraham was the person that found God, per se. Before that, right, it was the Adam and Eve both conversed with God and interacted with God, as did Noah, as did the generations that were between. But the first time where Judaism comes into play, where the laws of Judaism and so on, is Abraham. Abraham is the first person to be circumcised, follow different Jewish laws that weren't even given yet, because that didn't really happen until the giving of the Torah. And I would say that would be after Abraham, the next big thing that happens within Judaism. So again, today we're celebrating Passover, as we mentioned. There's Abraham, there's Isaac, and Jacob, right? Those are our forefathers. Then we have Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah, who are our four mothers together. They were married to each other.
Okay. Yeah.
And basically, through the children of Jacob, again, I'm not going through a whole Bible history here, but they end up in Egypt, become slaves in Egypt. Okay, and what we celebrate on Passover is the exodus of Egypt, when the Jews were finally free after 400 years.
And that's the parting of the Red Sea.
Parting of the Red Sea.
Okay.
Exactly.
Gotcha.
Where do we go from there? We go from there is 49 days after leaving Egypt, we go to Mount Sinai. And I would say that's when the Jewish people become really the Jewish people. Until then, we were just a family. We were just, children of Abraham. To a certain degree today, we're even still referred to the children of Jacob. That's who we are. Before we talk a little bit about what is Judaism, is it a culture? Is it right? I don't want to get into that right now, but the Torah, the Bible, refers to us really as just the children of Jacob. We were just the children of Jacob. We were a few 100,000 children of Jacob in Egypt, slaves at that point, but we weren't a people yet. We really only became a people at Mount Sinai when we're given the Torah, which is Moses goes up to the mountain. He's there for 40 days and 40 nights and comes down and hands us the guiding principles that we've been speaking about until now, which is something interesting, by the way. I'll just say briefly. Judaism is unique. Again, I find this interesting. I don't know if you will, but I like to where it's different than other religions. And Judaism is interesting. One of the only religions that began in front of 2 million people. In other words, Christianity, how many people saw Jesus walk on the water or, rise from the dead, or Allah, right? It was one person or two people who saw it and came back and said, oh, we saw this, and so on. 2 million people witness Moses coming down from Mount Sinai. Part of the reason why, not the only, because this isn't like a 100% proof there, but one of the reasons why I believe that Judaism is right is, think about how hard that would be for 2 million people to decide that something happened if they didn't actually witness it themselves.
Yeah.
Right? Or let's say it came about a few hundred years later, right? Some guy says, you know what? I'm teaching you something that a few hundred years ago, Moses came down from Mount Sinai. They heard God's voice. But 2 million people were there. As soon as it's mass revelation, the first question that anybody would have is, wait, so who else was there? Like, how come nobody else knows about this if there were so many people there? A side point, but it's just something that I always find interesting when talking about Mount Sinai, which is to a certain degree the beginning part of Judaism, when God actually says, you are my people, this is what I want you to do, this is the guiding principles. It happens in front of 2 million people.
That is a fascinating fact. I didn't realize that before. And you make a good point. It's hard to have everyone agree, to the same narrative in that sense too. And then I guess to play devil's advocate in this sense, could that also just be someone saying, oh, there just happened to be 2 million people that, like, they later on write that there were 2 million people there? Or what would be
So let's imagine you did that. Let's say you told me that your great-grandparents witnessed an event with 2 million people. If you told that to me and I was your child or your disciple or your student, the first thing that I would do is, okay, if there were 2 million people there, then why are you the only person who knows that? If nobody else knows that, then there's something off there. Right? If it was a real event and 2 million people were there, to a certain degree, I look at the Holocaust like that. How do I know for sure that the Holocaust happened? There are many people that denied the Holocaust 50 years ago, right? Even 20 years after the Holocaust. Are you familiar with the concept of Holocaust deniers?
I've heard it before, yes. I haven't gone into the weeds on it, but I'm familiar that it is a belief. Yeah,
right. It's a belief. To a certain, I know we're going to get there soon, but there are many people who say the same thing about October 7th. While we're still, just on the cusp of it. But the reason why I know the Holocaust happened is because I've heard someone from South Africa, and Australia, and the United States. And I've heard survivors, and they all have the exact same stories.
Mm-hmm.
It would be virtually impossible for them to, even if somebody went and told them that it happened, but for them to have the exact same story. That's how I know these things are true. When so many people can attest to the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's pictures, but we know that those can be doctored, and we know there's movies, but how do I really know that it happened? Because so many people can't make up the same thing.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good rebuttal, I would say. Absolutely. That is fascinating, though, because I think a lot of people, whether they're religious or not, I've at least heard of, like, Moses goes on top of the mountain, hears the voice of God, or gets, in Christianity, 10 Commandments, which is, and that's the Torah, you said? He also gets the Torah.
10 Commandments and the Torah is two different things, but it comes down with both. 10 Commandments are the 10 basic principles, and then it gets broken down further until 613.
That's quite a productive mountain climbing excursion right there.
It is.
Absolutely. That's awesome. Just talking about religious texts in Judaism, is there one written text that's considered the most important compared to others? Like in Christianity, you have the Bible. In Islam, you have the Quran. What would you say is that in Judaism?
The Torah, the Old Testament. 5 books of Moses.
Because then there's other ones too. The Talmud.
The Talmud, yeah, that already codifies
the
Torah. In other words, it talks about what we do in scenarios, hypotheticals. That's more Jewish law. The Torah is the Torah, 5 books of Moses, Bible, Old Testament are all synonymous. They all mean the same thing.
Okay.
Within Judaism, we just don't call it the Old Testament because there is no New Testament in Judaism.
For sure.
So it's like that's why you don't use that term. But yeah, I would say that's the most important book.
Gotcha. Another thing too that's important in like the history of Judaism, for my brief research that I did to prepare for this conversation, is the first and second temples. Could you explain what those are and why they were important?
That was the center of Judaism. To a certain degree, that is, I'm going to get a little philosophical and maybe Kabbalistic here, of why God created the world in the first place. God wants a dwelling place down here. Think about before God created the world. Obviously, this conversation is all within the premise that one believes in God, right? Just for the purpose of this discussion, at least.
Yeah.
So God's around for eternity. I can't even say for X amount of years, because God was the one that created the whole concept of time and past, present, and future.
Mm-hmm.
But what purpose did God have, or what enjoyment did God have, or what was God thinking, so to speak? And again, I'm all using humanistic words because we're humans and that's the way we understand things.
Mm-hmm.
But like without anything, without a world, so God decides that he's going to create a world. He's going to create something besides himself that would, and that he would be able to live in and dwell in. And that's what the idea of why God creates the world, and he creates all these different people and all different jobs and missions that they have. And the Jewish, I would say the main purpose of Jews in Judaism was for God to be able to have a place down here on earth. And that's what the temple represented. It was the center of Judaism. That ends the philosophical / mystical Kabbalistic idea of what the temple was. Now I'll just get into the practical part of what it was. It was the center of Judaism. It is where all Jews at that point lived in Israel and just around. And holidays, any celebrations or things like that, people went to the temple, and there was different ways that they served God in a very practical sense. It was the holiest place within Judaism till today, actually, Jerusalem, and within Jerusalem, the Western Wall, which is the outer wall of the temple that's still standing today, is the holiest part within Judaism. And I would say that's what it represented. It represented God's dwelling place down here. It's the service. It was all of Judaism was centered around the temple. And there were 2 temples, like you mentioned. The first temple was destroyed a few hundred years before the Common Era. There was about 70-year break between the first and second temple, and then the second temple was again rebuilt until the Jews were eventually expelled from Israel by the Romans.
Yeah, and that kind of, I guess, could lead into the next thing too, is the term like the Jewish diaspora. And would you say that's kind of like the point in history you'd point to where they spread out throughout the world from the Holy Land?
Yep.
Israel, what it is nowadays, Israel.
Correct.
And that's because the Romans came in.
The Romans came in and expelled the Jews, and it was a pretty scary thing for the Jews, right? At that point, for thousands of years, 2,000 years. Well, not really 2,000. It was really about 1,000 years. Judaism was centered around a geographical location. Mm-hmm. All Jews lived in the same area. So not only just Jews, they all had, during that time, there was either a king, a Jewish king, or a prophet that lived. There was a Sanhedrin, which was the judicial Jewish court. Didn't have Supreme Court. Didn't have 9 judges. Had 71 judges, but it was there was a court system. Everything was set up, and then all of a sudden, over the course of some time, it's all gone, and Jews are not allowed to live there anymore. Although there were still there were a few that were allowed to live there and stayed there, but most Jews were either killed or expelled. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And where did they primarily go to after they were expelled?
So they migrated between different areas. I would say Spain, Iraq, Bavel, which is Iraq, and they stayed somewhat in the Middle East, and for thousands of years hung around. They were basically divided up between Spain, who eventually made it back to the Middle East, Iraq, Iran, Yemen, Algeria, and so on. And then many migrated to Eastern Europe. Have you ever heard the term before, Ashkenazi Jew or Sephardic Jew?
I believe so. The first term I'm more familiar with.
Ashkenazi?
Was that something that came out of the Jewish Enlightenment? Or
no.
That's something else? Okay, but I've heard the term before.
Right. Yes. So that would be the difference of where they essentially migrated to. Okay. So Sephardi is Spain. So let's say Jews today that are any dark complexion are Sephardic Jews because their ancestors eventually made it to Iraq, or basically the Middle East. Where Ashkenazi Jews are generally white, European, but that happened over the course of a few hundred years. That wasn't like in one day that they just ended up right away in Germany.
Right,
Germany
exactly.
Didn't really exist even at that point.
Exactly. So yeah, they spread around at least Africa, Northern Africa, Middle East, and some areas in Europe as well.
I don't think Europe happened until 500 years later.
Okay.
Yeah.
Still, nonetheless, that not in Israel.
Correct.
Or what we think of as Israel today.
Correct.
You mentioned Spain too, and again through my research project for this conversation, I read about something on the Jewish Golden Age in Spain. I don't know if you know anything about that at all, and if you do, would you mind sharing what that was?
I believe that the Jewish Golden Age happened shortly before the Spanish Inquisition.
Mm-hmm. I think that's when they ended it. It was
correct.
1492 or 3.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. So again, from my understanding, I can't say I'm an expert in that part of Jewish history, but it was essentially a period where for a few hundred years, Jews lived very well, and they were allowed to do any job, which was something that any occupation, which was something unique for Jews in Judaism. The fact that they were accepted into any position, they did take roles in government and were allowed to own land and were really accepted as a regular citizen of Spain. And that's what that part, I believe, is referring to.
Okay. So it's just the full citizenship, and they're just... when
they prospered. Jews prospered very, very well. in the golden age.
Especially compared to what had happened to them in the past.
Correct.
Too.
Or what was going on with Jews in other parts in the Middle East at that point.
Mm-hmm.
That point they weren't doing very well, right? So that dichotomy was interesting. That the fact that they were able to prosper.
And then I guess I mentioned earlier the Jewish Enlightenment, which I forget the dates. I want to say it coincided with the actual Enlightenment, 17th century, 18th century. Yeah. Do you know anything about that time period?
So the Jewish Enlightenment movement is essentially what changed Judaism from what it was until then. And what I mean is that Judaism until then was really all about, this is what Jewish law says, and this is what Judaism says. Judaism is strictly a religion up until that point. And again, if one didn't practice Judaism, they were still Jewish.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't believe in God, but it wasn't necessarily going into the crux of Judaism saying, you know what, why do we have to do it this way? Let's change it. The Jewish Enlightenment movement, which is today kind of produced what we would call Reform Judaism. And for those that don't know, there's basically today 3 general sects of Judaism. There's Reform Judaism, there's Conservative Judaism, and there's Orthodox Judaism. I can talk about that in a second and what the difference between them is. But that's essentially what the Jewish Enlightenment movement is. It produced the Reform movement, where they came in and said, Jewish law says this, yes, but we're progressive, enlightened.
Mm-hmm.
And if we want Judaism and Jews to stick around, then we need to change it. So, for example, let's say today, one of the defining differences between Reform Judaism and the other 2 sects of Judaism is that Reform Judaism doesn't necessarily believe that the Torah,
mm-hmm.
you know what that means now, right?
Yep.
And the mitzvot aren't necessarily binding.
Mm-hmm.
And they may not actually even they may not be divine. They may not even come from God. They could just be these ideas that people wrote down. And we can learn lessons from them. But just because it says to eat kosher, it doesn't mean that I actually have to eat kosher. It means that I can derive lessons from there on how to be compassionate to animals, or how to eat healthier, and so on. But it doesn't mean that I actually have to do it.
Okay. So it's more guidelines sort of deal. It's not so strict, more or less. Could maybe be a way to look at it.
I mean, I would say it's not even about being strict. There's no guidelines anymore. It's take it if you want it, don't take it if you don't want it.
Okay.
Right? It's not really. It's not even a guideline. A guideline means that you use that as a guiding principle.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that. You know what? I don't want to speak for Reform Judaism, so I'm not going to say exactly how they would view it. I'm just going to tell you what I understand, which is the fact that it's not binding. It's
mm-hmm.
not something that they must do or that they should do, even.
Gotcha. Of these 3 sects, where would you say you fall into? Was it the Orthodox?
The Orthodox Judaism,
okay.
Which I think is synonymous with traditional
mm-hmm.
and observant. In other words, it's something I observe what the Torah says. I follow the Jewish law.
You believe that God gave the Torah to Moses.
And the fact that on Passover, I'm not only having a Seder, which is the highlight of the holiday, which we did Saturday night and Sunday night.
Mm-hmm.
There's a mitzvah. There's an obligation for me to eat the matzah, which is the Jewish cracker, the Passover cracker, and
mm-hmm.
drink 4 glasses of wine and celebrate. That's an obligation for me to do.
Mm-hmm. Do you think it's appropriate for someone who's not familiar with these 3 sects to view it as on a spectrum, where it'd be more progressive, or left, I guess, would be Reform, and then on the right, more conservative would be Orthodox, and conservatives probably more, on the right end of the spectrum, but not as far over on the right as Orthodox. Would that be appropriate to view it that way?
I think that's fair. I think that's very fair. Yeah, that's the way I think most people would. Left versus right.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, that's kind of, when it was explained to me earlier this year, that's kind of how I viewed it from the people that explained it to me. So that makes sense then. Now I want to switch more towards a more difficult subject that we've been alluding to throughout the conversation is anti-Semitism. And that's been relevant for thousands of years, as we're going to talk about, and up till present moment. But before we do that, I think it'd be good for you to give a definition of anti-Semitism, because maybe people hear that term thrown around, but they might not be 100% sure of what it means. So could you define anti-Semitism?
I would say it's somebody who doesn't view a Jewish person or somebody of Jewish heritage as an equal, views them as the other, doesn't value them, and really hates them, or has disdain for them. I guess it's an interesting question. I never really thought of how I would define it. I know that there are laws that are trying to be passed, right, and on how for a specific definition. I don't have something specific. I don't have a one-liner at the tip of my tongue on how I would do it. The first thing that's coming to my mind is like, how would you define racism? Like, to a certain degree, it's like racism, but for Jews, right? I'm curious. Just how would you define racism?
I think that's a good way to kind of view it, and it's a form of discrimination of either uplifting the people that aren't part of Judaism or putting down those that are part of it. That's kind of how I viewed it, and I think there's levels of anti-Semitism, whether it's saying a slur to the Holocaust. I think that's both could be viewed as anti-Semitic, but obviously one is drastically worse than the other.
Yeah.
So I
think you did a better job at describing it than I have. So
I had time to think about it. But yeah, I guess that's how I would define it too. But it's easier for me too, because it's not something that's personal to me, whereas it is for you. It's
That's
a
fair.
more loaded question. But I'm curious if you've ever experienced anti-Semitism to yourself personally in your life. And if you have, could you share that experience if you feel comfortable?
I can't say that I have in a real way, but I'll say that I'm unique. I'm unique because, let's say, in my childhood and in my upbringing, definitely in my youth, most of my life I was surrounded with Jews. So, it would be. I grew up in a very Jewish city. I grew up in Canada, in Toronto, and specifically in a suburb that was like, 75% Jewish. There's one non-Jewish school in the whole suburb. Like that's so. Definitely, I'm thinking back to my youth. Yes, here I obviously live on a college campus, and I walk around all the time. Will I get once in a while, a Hail Hitler? Yeah, a car driving by, but not in a way where it has impacted me in a very real way. I know we're soon going to talk about October 7th. Since October 7th, I've got a few Free Palestine type of things. I would definitely consider that anti-Semitic because they have no idea what my beliefs on Israel are or not. They're judging me based on the fact that I look Jewish. But again, I just consider that mainly, stupid, arrogant. Even if it's not stupid, but it's not in a way of in a real way. I've heard so many stories from college students and people that didn't necessarily grow up surrounded with Jews all the time. They went to regular high schools and they might be the only Jew in the class or the only Jew in the school or things like that, where it's a lot more prevalent for them because they're surrounded more
Mm-hmm.
with people that are very ignorant about anti-Semitism and so on.
Yeah, we're more vulnerable, certainly, in that sort of situation. I think one of the ways my buddy has explained to me people using slurs, whether it be racial slurs, homophobic slurs, anti-Semitic slurs, it's a form of laziness in this sense. Among other things, but one of the ways he's like, it's lazy to not think of a better word to describe the situation, because obviously if you're using a slur, more often than not it's for a negative connotation to something that's happening, like, dang it. Instead of saying that, then they might say something that's hurtful to whatever group I happen to define earlier. So I think that's...
I would agree with you. I do also want to say, and I've recently started going around to fraternities and sororities, specifically non-Jewish fraternities and sororities, and talking a little bit about anti-Semitism and what it looks like and and the history of it and so on. And one of the points that I also like to make is that not necessarily is not everything that looks anti-Semitic is necessarily anti-Semitic, and not everything that isn't, that one might think isn't, is. And I give the example, we're recording this at the University of Minnesota. So in 2017, when the dorm 17th, familiar with that dorm, was just built. So a few months into it, there was this a freshman kid. He's in the laundry room, and he was in the and I guess he didn't realize there were cameras or what. Long story short is he took like this hot iron, and he ironed a swastika into the table. And there was cameras there. I think within the next day or so, his picture was on the front cover of the Minnesota Daily, the local newspaper.
Yep, the university's newspaper.
At that point, it was printed, so it was like, today it's just digital, I believe, but back then it was every single day, and it was printed. So like literally, his front cover, he was suspended from school. He was kicked out of that dorm. He eventually moved into the dorm right across the street from where we're sitting, called Sanford Hall. And it was one day, one of the students at frequented Chabad came to me and said, that kid who was on the front cover, like he's in my dorm. So I asked her, I said, do you mind if approaching him and asking if he would come and meet me? I'd like to talk to him. And first she was too shy. Eventually she agreed, and she approached him, and he agreed. And he sat down here in this office, and we talked. And one of the things that I asked him, the first thing I said is, I just want to know what you were thinking. Like, I want to understand your perspective. And he said, before I give you my perspective, I'd like to understand your perspective. And I was just like, wait, what? I was so surprised that he didn't even understand. And I asked him if he had any Holocaust education as a high school student. He said he had. So I was still surprised. But to make the long story short, what I explained to him is for the Jewish students and for most people, a swastika means you are pro-Nazism. You believe that it was good that 12 million people died, right? Burned, gassed in gas chambers, put into ovens, 6 million Jews, right? That was 1/3 of the Jewish population. Before 1939, there were about 20 million Jews at that point.
Yeah.
Right? 6 million of that is wiped out. About 1/3 of the Jewish population is wiped out in the Holocaust. And by you putting the swastika in there says you agree with it, and you would do it again. You didn't say that, but that's what it alludes to. And he says, okay, I understand that, and I get it, and I feel terrible about it, but I'd like for you to understand my perspective. And for me, it was like, and he posed the question, said, have you ever been in a high school bathroom? And I was like, yeah. And he's like, what do you see engraved, carved on those metal stalls, right? There are some swastikas, but most of it is, male and female genitalia.
Right.
So he said, why do you think they do that? It's for a reaction. He says, I grew up, and the teacher would walk out, and somebody would go and draw a penis on the whiteboard. Why do they just? Because they hate men, or they think? No, it's because they want a reaction. It's like, that's all I had in mind, was just like, swastika is a controversial symbol, I'm going to do it. And it was enlightening for me because he barely knew what Jews were. He came from rural Minnesota, and he never met a Jew before, and it was, and I share this with you is because not necessarily is every single incident anti-Semitic, but you can take that same story where Kanye West puts an ad on during the Super Bowl, getting millions and millions of people to go to his website, and on his website all he has is a t-shirt with a swastika, and online he's talking about how Jews control the world and the weather and the stock market and so on. You have that same, that's not just looking for attention. That's a guy that actually believes that Jews are the devil. That Jews are really controlling his life and the world. That's anti-Semitism straight up. There's no other way of understanding what Kanye West is thinking.
So it's, from what I'm interpreting from this, is there's different levels of ignorance, it seems like. It's not to excuse the behavior, but some people are more ignorant than other when they engage in that sort of behavior.
The reason why I don't like that term, I'm going to push back, I'll say, on your ignorance things, because that just gives people a pass. Yeah. I don't think Kanye West is ignorant.
And that's kind of what I was going to say.
Oh, I'm sorry, I spoke too soon.
No, that's fine. In the sense the kid was ignorant of the effect that had, whereas Kanye West knows what he's doing, is not ignorant, and is therefore makes it worse what he is doing. Yeah.
So like everything in life, it's intention, right? What the intention is. Again, it doesn't excuse for him to be ignorant, for that college freshman in 17th to be, to do that. I'm not excusing it.
Right.
But there wasn't this level of hate, malicious intent, where he just thinks that Jews are terrible people.
Yes. Yeah, I know I'm from a rural Minnesota town originally, and there were swastikas like underneath the stairs. There's some there. I'm the son of a history teacher, and I just remember from as early as I remember, like, Hitler is terrible, the Nazis are terrible. Drawing a swastika is not only anti-Semitic, but it's also un-American too, and anti-democratic for all these other reasons. But if you don't grow up understanding that, then you're gonna find out the hard way, like that guy did. And there's other ways where if it doesn't get checked, it can progress, snowball effect.
Exactly.
Keeps getting worse and worse. And I think one of the questions I was going to ask you is there a specific moment in history where there's like the first accounts of anti-Semitism occurring?
Great question. The first recorded account of anti-Semitism is actually in the Torah, when the Jews are just leave Egypt, and there's a nation known as the Amalek. You might have heard about them before because they're in the Old Testament, but they attack the Jews. They attack the Jews just for the simple reason of them being Jews. And the reason why I'm sharing that with you is because anti-Semitism is as old as Jews are. And this level of hate and animosity between or for Jews is as old as Jews. Lots of people think of it that it just started in the 1930s, but it's been around. And one of my favorite rabbis to listen to is the former chief rabbi of England. His name was he was a lord. He was in the House of Lords, so he goes by Rabbi Lord Jonathan Sacks.
That's a name, right?
Isn't that a name, right? And he has this fascinating idea about anti-Semitism that I find very interesting. And he calls it it's like a disease that mutates. See, remember COVID, right?
Yep.
We got first COVID, and then we got a vaccine. So what happened to the disease? It just mutated into something else. And till today, even though we could have been all vaccinated up, so to speak, but we still have. It still exists, right? The disease still exists. It's just mutated. And anti-Semitism, I think, is very similar in that sense. There's the first pogrom that is recorded was during the times of the Roman Emperor. Okay? During Rome, Jews, eventually they get expelled from Israel by the Romans, but there were many, many years that Jews lived very peacefully with the Romans. And during that period, the Romans asked the Jewish people to engrave the Roman emperor into their temple and into the synagogues that they had, their houses of prayer or study halls and so on. And the Jews refused because that would be a form of idolatry, right? Mm-hmm. The bowing down, or not bowing down, but praying to a statue or an engraved, something engraved is against Jewish law. So the Jews were persecuted for that. 50,000 Jews during that time, and there weren't that many Jews yet. There was a couple million living in Israel at that time. I'm just saying, but like 50,000 is a huge amount of Jews to be killed, wiped off the face of this earth during that time, just from the mere fact that they didn't. Again, the Jews were killed eventually by the Romans. Dime a dozen, but this is the beginning of it. Why? From the fact that they didn't want to engrave a picture of the Roman emperor into their study halls and synagogues. But the point that I'm making is that what was the virtue of that generation? The virtue of the generation was Rome and the Roman emperor, and that's what Jews were blamed for not accepting the Roman emperor as the leader. But even though they did, but they were blamed for it from the mere fact that they wouldn't do one detail. They wouldn't do something. It might have been important to the Roman emperor, but Jews couldn't do that. Mm-hmm. Let's fast forward a few hundred years, where Rome fell and Roman existed no longer. What was the next virtue after Rome?
Islam or
Christianity. Jesus.
Okay. Yes.
Came first. So what were Jews at that point persecuted for? For killing Jesus, for not becoming Christians, because that was the virtue of that generation, right? Eventually, it was Islam. Fast forward a few more hundred years, religion wasn't necessarily the virtue of the generation. I'm jumping now all the way to the 1900s. And again, there's more to it, but unfortunately, Christianity, the reason why that lasted for hundreds and hundreds of years, right? I mentioned before the Crusades, the pogroms, right? Again, I keep on alluding to Passover when we're having this recorded. Mm-hmm. Jews were blamed for. Did you eat any of the matzah? Did you see?
No, I saw it on the table.
You saw it on the table,
yes.
Or you can where we're sitting. There's some matzah, right? The food that we eat on Passover, right? There was this idea that Jews would kill a Christian boy and bake matzah with the blood of a Christian boy. Have you heard this before?
Yep.
Right. That went on for hundreds of years. Like many. It wasn't just one period of time. So again, we're blamed for the virtue of the generation, which was again Christianity, and that's what Jews were blamed for. So I want to fast forward to a few hundred years later, where religion wasn't necessarily the virtue. Do you know what I mean when I say virtue of the generation?
Yeah.
Like the sword to die on or the hill to die on,
yep.
right? Like was nationalism, white supremacy. So what were Jews blamed for? For not being white enough or for not being part of the white race, right? So that's what Jews were killed for then. Fast forward 50 years later, what are Jews blamed for now? And I know we're going to get longer into it, but I just want to, it's the idea we're violators of human rights, because that's the virtue of the generation, right? Human rights is the sword that most people will die on today, equality. Let's blame the Jews for that, because they don't have human rights. Mm-hmm. And that's the idea of, it's like, this is, it's the Jews. Now we have to figure out why we don't like them. So we'll continue to we'll throw the dart and then we'll draw the target around. And that's what he says and refers to it as it's this virus that constantly mutates. And whatever the virtue of the generation is, seems like that's what Jews are blamed for.
Do you think also another reason why anti-Semitism has existed for thousands and thousands of years is because of the lack of numbers within the faith, in the sense that they're always were viewed as a minority, more or less, in like the regional or global perspective of it, and therefore they were viewed as an other. And out of this other ignorance, lack of understanding of the culture, stereotypes like the matzah one that you're talking about, or rumor. I don't know if you call it a stereotype, but just wrong beliefs towards Jewish people. Is that another reason why anti-Semitism has existed for as long as it has, too?
I don't know if it was minority as much as the other,
Mm-hmm.
right? I do think there's an aspect of that it is the other, but again, there's so many others, right? There were so many others throughout thousands of a year history that haven't been persecuted nearly as much as the Jews have. I think there is an element of other. I do think there's also a divine aspect to it as well. But it's I would attribute most of it that they're different. I also think that an aspect of it is throughout the fact that no matter where we were on, let's call it the Wheel of Fortune, right? So lots of times people blamed the Jews for being too poor, right? They couldn't fit into society. They were on the bottom of the Wheel of Fortune. They didn't have a pot to pee in. They didn't have 2 pennies to rub together. They lived in these small little towns, right? I don't know if you've ever seen Fiddler on the Roof, but like take that stereotype, like that was poorest, and that's what they were blamed for, so to speak, of not being able to be successful, right? Or then you take the stereotype of today where all Jews are wealthy and rich and so on, and that's what they're being blamed for. So it's like no matter where on, Jews were blamed for being too communist, too capitalist, too religious, not religious enough. You know, no matter where on that wheel they were constantly being hated. Not necessarily for those reasons. They weren't hated for being poor, but they were poor at a certain time. They weren't necessarily hated for being rich, but they were, when they were successful, they were being hated. It's very hard to, and I'm sharing that with you is because I think it's very hard to figure out what the center, what the cause of it was, because no matter what, Jews were around for so many years. You know, they tell the story of 1971 when the walls of China fell and became open to the Western world.
Mm-hmm.
And there was an American, I think it was an American journalist, came to interview the Prime Minister of China. And throughout the interview, he asked him, he said, so what do you think of the American Revolution? So the Prime Minister thought for a second. He said, it's still too early to tell. You know, for the Chinese, who've been around for thousands of years, what's a few hundred years? It's nothing, right?
Absolutely.
Right?
Think about that often, that concept often. America's going to be 250 years old next year on 2026, 4th of July, and you look at China, and it is like 5,000 years old.
Right.
That is, I'm not good at math, but that is a lot less more than 5,000 years. So,
and the Jews are even older than the Chinese.
Right.
So the reason I'm just sharing that with you is like that's how old and we've been through it all, and yet no matter where we were, what position, what political status we had, what economic status we had, whether we were secluded or whether we were integrated, and that's why I think that it's virtually impossible to depict what the reason is, because no matter what you're going to tell me, I'll tell you, but we were also persecuted here, and we were also persecuted there. The only common denominator would be the other, as you mentioned, and I would agree with that, but I also think that it's more than that. I also think it's divine, which is probably a whole podcast on its own.
Absolutely. Yeah. That's it. It's a very good perspective to have, because that's a subject that's been fascinated me since I remember learning about like the Holocaust when I was definitely too young to be learning about that, but I was probably like 8 or 9 years old, coming home and throwing on the History Channel on TV and watching documentaries on it, and I was just fascinated by World War II, but that in particular, and it's like, how does something like that occur?
Right.
And that was on I don't know what. if you look in the historical examples per capita, that's probably the worst moment of anti-Semitism. I would equate in terms of just numbers of how many people perished during that incident and how quick of time too, unless there is other examples.
The Spanish Inquisition, it was also hundreds of thousands. I don't know what the exact number is, but I guess it was also a much longer period of time.
Yeah.
Right. Even the Crusades and things. Yeah, you're right. Okay, because it was a very defined, it was 4.5, 5 years, right? The Holocaust. That was right. Okay, that's fair.
But there's that idea of how does a society go from coexisting with their Jewish neighbors to systematically trying to exterminate them from the face of the earth. And I think that'd be a good segue into my next question here is, why did the Nazis primarily blame the Jews for the problems within post-World War I Germany, from your understanding?
It's the same question it's the epitome of the discussion that we're having. Are you asking me from an historical standpoint of what the Nazis saw in the Jews? The answer is it's the other. They weren't the correct race. We were an Aryan. So it goes back to that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't have anything deeper.
Was there a stereotype at that time of Jewish people being more successful within their respective fields? I know there's a stereotype of Jews and money.
Yeah.
And the hyperinflation that occurred within Germany on top of the Great Depression that occurred. People are burning their money because it's more valuable as fuel than as something that you buy goods with. And then you historically see people like Jewish people who have held prominent positions in society that generate wealth, and that desperation that you feel can get galvanized by one very sick person, Adolf Hitler, and directed towards another person. Because I think you're right with the Aryan, the other aspect of the not being Aryan. I also interpret it as just the jealousy or hatred for them being successful, but that's not to say that every one of those people within Germany at that time were
right. Black people, handicapped people, right? There were so many other people that were also persecuted.
Yeah. So I guess I don't know, but that's probably the Aryan part is definitely a big thing of Hitler's rationale for it too. I mean, it's bad leaders have used scapegoats throughout history, and this just was the example at that time. Do you have an understanding of how the German society slowly transformed from coexisting, like I mentioned earlier, to systematically trying to remove Jews from Europe? How did that process start? There's little bits here, little bits there. They have to wear the star. They can't walk on the sidewalks. They get moved into ghettos. How did that all come about from your knowledge?
How did it start?
How did it start, or is there specific moments within that time period that crossing the Rubicon that I mentioned at the beginning,
right,
where people started realizing, oh, this is not normal. This
right.
isn't happening. This isn't good.
I would say that Kristallnacht, the night that Jewish stores were all over. Was it all over Europe at that time, or was it just going on in Germany? I'm not exactly sure. I don't want to speak, but it was. I would say from my memory, I haven't studied the history probably since I was in high school. I might need a good refresher for it. So it's been a few years, but if I remember correctly, I would say that Kristallnacht, the night where they went in and just smashed every single Jewish store or shopkeepers. And made outlawed that one was not allowed to shop at Jewish stores anymore was, I would say, the beginning of the end.
Yeah.
And it goes back to, you mentioned the star, not walking on the sidewalk. It was this idea of making the Jew the other. Mm-hmm. They are not one of us anymore. They are the other. And that's the only way I can rationalize it. Not rationalize it. I can comprehend it. How does a person, a human being, take another human being, put them in an oven, watch them put them in gas, just shoot them in the head? Like, we're humans. We don't know anybody that would do that today. Like, I don't, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
I'm projecting on myself. You don't know a human being that can do that to it. They couldn't do it to an animal, let alone a human being.
Mm-hmm.
So how do I wrap my head around the fact, and that's why I use the word rationalize, but I don't know, again, you can't rationalize it, but how do I wrap my head around it? It's the only way to do that is by these people aren't people. They are others. And when that gets into your head so much, then I think it's a lot easier to go from, wearing a star to not being able to shop at their stores, to being moved into ghettos, and then to eventually putting them in ovens.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a slow progression, but a steady one.
I think it even started before that. It was, Hitler, as I'm sure you've learned a little bit about him. He was a very articulate person. He spoke very, very well.
A good writer, I hear, too.
Good writer, yeah. And there were ads in the newspapers, on the radio, I'm sorry, at that time, just, again, talking about Jews as the other is how it began. Mm-hmm. And I think to a certain degree that is why Jews today are so allergic to being viewed as the other, mm-hmm. as not being considered an equal. And that's why people are, when it comes to anti-Semitism and, the rise of it, it's very hurtful, and I'll say more, it's scary, because we know that this is all how it started before.
Right.
We've been there, done that, experienced it.
Mm-hmm. And the idea of propaganda, too, whether it's the stereotypical posters of the Jewish person hunched over, they got the big nose, eyes are droopy, claws sometimes on their hand trying to grab money or whatever it happens to be, and then you have a very evil person, and is it Joseph Goebbels, I believe, was the right-hand man for Hitler in propaganda.
Joseph Mengele?
Is it Mengele or Goebbels? I forget who the propagandist was.
Right, Mengele wasn't the propagandist.
I think he was the doctor that
right.
did the experiments.
Yeah.
We'll say Goebbels. If we're wrong, we're wrong. But people know who we're referring to. And the power of that new technology of radio. I remember my dad explaining to me, the history teacher, and him, and how Hitler knew how to use the radio to his benefit, in the sense he would stand up on stage far away from the mic, and he would start talking in a hush way, and then he would get closer and louder and louder. But by standing away farther away at first, people would turn up their radios so they could hear. So when he's getting closer, it's just overpowering you, and that message spreads so much faster, and it's more effective because more people are hearing it too. So it's that you take that evilness and you combine it with someone who, I wouldn't want to use the word evil genius, but in the sense that,
but it was,
he kind of was, in the sense that, yeah, he knew what he was doing, and those guiding principles of his were just very skewed.
Yeah.
And I think another thing too, I've mentioned on the podcast before, I like listening to Jordan Peterson. He's a famous psychologist. I think
Canadian.
Yes, he's Canadian, very much so. If you listen to him, you can tell. He talked.
Just a funny thing about it. I remember the first time somebody introduced him to me, I listened to his first podcast, and I turned to someone like, "Where's this guy from? He's got such a strong accent." And someone's like, "He's from where you grew up." I couldn't. I don't know people that speak like that.
It's thick.
But yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
No, but he gives a lecture where he talks about everyone should understand that if they were in that position, not 99 out of 100 times, they would probably do the things that the German citizens did. If you were a German citizen, so much easier with hindsight now, looking back, to say, "Oh, I would have objected. I would have put a stop to that." But it's like, if they have blackmail on you, if they're threatening your family, if everyone else is doing that too, who's to say I would have done something like that if I would have been in Germany at that time too? And I would hope I wouldn't, but we saw what that educated, enlightened society ended up doing, and how that negatively affected the Jewish people within Europe, around the world, and their country themselves. I mean, how many German civilians, German kids ended up dying because of that too in World War II.
Oh yeah.
So I think
millions.
Exactly. So it's just the great tragedy of the 20th century, one of them at least.
Definitely
And
the biggest.
The fact that is only 80 years, that's in living memory.
Yeah.
And that's the deadliest war. Think of how long war has been around for, thousands and thousands of years. That is the deadliest one in the history of mankind, and we are in living memory of that.
Yeah.
And hopefully we don't have a war that's more deadlier than that, but you never know. But still, the fact that the lessons that you can take away from that. So I'm curious on bringing it back to the Holocaust. What are the lessons that can be learned from the Holocaust, and how should we go about educating the future generations about the Holocaust as the survivors begin to pass away?
Right. I'll say the lessons that I grew up with, which are, I would say, the average Jewish person for sure, and anyone that has taken any Holocaust education probably has, which is never forget, and just always remember, which is essentially the same thing. Never stand by idly. I would say that those are the two most common lessons that people say. I like to put a different twist to it if I can, which is that, and to a certain degree, we're just coming off speaking about anti-Semitism, and I think it's very, very similar. That I think that many Jews today like to define themselves by the Holocaust. They're the children of of Holocaust survivors, or grandchildren and so on in the Holocaust, and it's almost part and parcel of being Jewish is do you know the history of the Holocaust? And although I think that it is very important, I think that it's not a healthy way for one to allow the other to define them. Mm-hmm. Like I mentioned to you before, I'm a huge advocate of combating anti-Semitism. I've watched the numbers grow. Before October 7th on a college campus, it was the numbers were about 28% of an average Jewish college student experiencing anti-Semitism. Today we're upwards of 73%. I mean, that's a huge jump in anti-Semitism. Is a huge rise of anti-Semitism, and I'm a huge advocate to combat that. But at the same time, I think that when we allow anti-Semitism and when we allow the Holocaust to define who we are, that is allowing for our enemies, our haters, to define who a person is. Mm-hmm. And I think that sometimes we get lost in, yes, never forget, or don't stand idly by. They're all important lessons, but that's not what a Jew is, and that's not what a Jew represents. It's an aspect that happened to us, but that's not the definition of who we are. The definition of who we are is, advocating for justice, advocating for humanity, for the value of human life, for equality, making this world a better place by doing those. But it's not about the Holocaust. Mm-hmm. It's like you mentioned before, it is the greatest tragedy of the 20th century. Absolutely. It is the greatest tragedy of the Jewish people. Absolutely. But it's not who we are. We're not a killed people, a persecuted people. We're a people with a gift. We're a people with a cause and a purpose and a responsibility.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to look at it, and not having the other people define you. Because, that's maybe if Hitler was alive today and he saw that people take their Jewishness as being out of what happened in the Holocaust, maybe even though he didn't succeed in his sick goal of eliminating Jewishness, he still is affecting them one way or another. So I think that's a healthy way to go about it. Easy for me to say who's not Jewish, but from an outsider's perspective, I think that's a good way to go about it.
I heard to that note, I heard a story as a child where, in Brooklyn, every single day there was a bus, a specific corner that would drop off a bunch of Jewish kids from school. And there was this old man that every single day he would come to that bus stop and just watch the kids jump off the bus and go to their parents, go to their grandparents, whoever was picking them up from school that day. And after a few weeks, somebody approached the man and said, "Do you have a grandchild on this bus? Like, what are you doing here?" Mm-hmm. Either looked a little creepy or suspicious or something, right? Like, most of us would approach a person just every day coming and watching a bunch of school children coming in from school. So he responded by saying, no, he doesn't have any children or grandchildren. So the person asked him, said, "So what are you doing here?" He says, "I've been through the Holocaust. None of my family made it. I wasn't able to remarry. I never had children. And every single child that jumps off this bus, I know is my way of taking revenge on who Hitler was and what the Nazis did, because every single child jumping off this bus is the continuity of the Jewish people. And I'm sure Hitler is rolling in his grave for every single Jewish child that is passing on and continuing the Jewish tradition."
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's powerful. Very powerful. I think now would be a good time to start focusing on another topic that we had mentioned that we were going to talk about, and that is Zionism and Israel.
Never heard of it.
I think before you get to Israel, you have to talk about Zionism. And for those who don't know, maybe you could tell us what Zionism is and when it was created or founded and who the leaders were within that movement.
The political movement of Zionism was that the idea that Jews should have the right to return to their ancestral homeland. As we spoke a little bit about before, the Jews eventually made it to Israel after being slaves in Egypt. And like we mentioned, we're celebrating that now. And after they left Egypt, received the Torah, they spent 40 years in the desert, they were in Israel. And Israel was a huge part of the Jewish people. And since the expulsion in about 70 CE, Jews have always yearned to return back to Israel. Obviously, during the Roman Emperor, they weren't really able to, and because of their exile just being spread out, it wasn't very practical. Not to mention, the concept of the world was so big back then. It was obviously before trains or any form of transportation. Mm-hmm. Like I said, most of the Jews did not live in Israel. There was always a small minority of Jews who've maintained living there. But there was this idea of always returning, at the end of the Seder, which is the highlight of the Passover celebration. Mm-hmm. There's the final 4 words of the Seder or in Hebrew it's actually 3 words. It says, I'll give it to you in Hebrew for the effect, but I'll translate, don't worry. L'shana haba'a b'Yerushalayim. Next year, may we be in Jerusalem. In every single life cycle event, really, in Judaism, the idea of talking about returning to Judaism, to Jerusalem, to Zion. Zion is
It's a hill in...
Zion is the city of Jerusalem.
Oh, it is.
That's
okay,
what Zion
gotcha.
is. We spoke a little bit before about the different sects of Judaism. I'm an observant Jew. I pray 3 times a day. Mm-hmm. In every single one of those prayers, 3 times a day, we mention that one day we'll return to Jerusalem. After one eats, there's a blessing. There's a bunch of blessings that we say. Some Jews will know it as the birkat, or in Yiddish we call benching. Again, we mention one day we'll build Jerusalem. So the idea of the return of Jews yearning to return to Jerusalem Israel is as old as the expulsion. Mm-hmm. Jews we mentioned prayer. Whenever we pray, we face Jerusalem. So if you're in North America, you face east. If you're in South Africa and Australia, you face west. It is the center part of Judaism. I can go on and on. I don't want to bore you too much with it to talk about how part and parcel Israel and Jerusalem is to Judaism. But the point is that the idea of what we know as Zionism today is really thousands of years old, again, from the moment we were expelled. It became a political movement by a fellow on the name of Theodor Herzl in the 1920s. He was an Austrian reporter, and he saw the fact that anti-Semitism was once again on the rise, and Jews were being persecuted. There was a specific story he followed with a French, oh gosh, I'm going blank on
Dreyfus.
Dreyfus, thank you so much. Right, he was following the Dreyfus story, and he saw that Dreyfus was accused he was accused for killing the. I'm having a.
I think, wasn't it? If I understand it correctly, was it some like theft or forgery of some kind, and the Dreyfus affair?
Right. You're right.
And then,
oh gosh,
they
found a paper later with different handwriting.
Right, that was his alibi or whatever.
Correct.
And but then was it a French general came and like symbolically ripped the insignia right off of him.
Right.
And then there was chance to kill the Jews and all that followed, and that's from Tali explaining that to me.
Oh, really?
But
okay.
Yeah, but yeah.
Yes.
Continue, I suppose.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for filling in for my brain fart.
No worries. You do most of the talking. I can help out here and there.
Anyways, so that's who, and so Theodor Herzl realized that the Jews are once again in trouble, and he wanted to figure out what he can do to solve the problem. So he tried a few things. Zionism actually wasn't his first run with this. Something a little bit less of history that people know, that his idea was that he felt that if Jews would all convert to Christianity, that would save the Jewish people's lives. He went to go see the king of Spain at the time, and he asked him if he would accept the Jews as Christians, and he told him no. Dang. So he was like, okay, we'll try something else. But that's who Theodor Herzl was, and he was known as the founder of modern day Zionism. And again, I'm making that as a difference between what Zionism was for thousands of years, which wasn't necessarily a political movement, but it was this idea that Jews wanted to return, and he turned it into, let's figure out how we could get the Jews their own homeland. And he started by eventually, there was many different lands that the Jews were offered. Uganda was one of them, Argentina, right? I'm sure and Israel was always made sense, because it was the historical ancestral homeland of the Jewish people, but obviously there was others living there at the time, and that's where his idea was, where he raised money for Jews to go and move there and buy land from the people that were living there at that time. And
that was in around, was it the 1920s you mentioned? I read something with there's this thing called the Balfour Declaration, and that was pretty fundamental within the Zionism.
So that was his way of working the British government, and it wasn't just him at that point anymore. But right, the British at that point controlled. So after World War I, which ended in 1918.
Yep.
1918. And which was basically the fall of the Ottoman Empire, right? Because the Ottomans controlled all of that region at that point. So the British took over, and the British, and so therefore, what Jewish people were doing at that point was lobbying Britain for rights to a homeland for the Jewish people. And that was the famous Balfour Declaration, which was basically getting Britain, to recognize a homeland for the Jewish people, and that's what they did. And that was the first. Do you know offhand what year that it was? At the 20s?
I think it was I heard somewhere where it was like they made that claim in 1917, or that declaration was passed. I believe it was during World War One, because they knew the Ottoman Empire was on the ropes and that they were gonna. I mean, they're pretty big into colonizing at that time, and so they made a deal. I think there was like they promised it to Saudi Arabia at one point. They had some deal with the French, but it ended up being that they had the Balfour Declaration.
Yeah.
Was it 1917?
1917, November 2nd, 1917. November 2nd, 1917.
So yeah, so less than a year later, roughly, World War One ends. So they kind of were reading the tea leaves at the time, I guess.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
But, and then, so it wasn't the partition of the land at that point. This declaration didn't do that, I don't believe. I think it was just there.
It was just establishing the fact that the Jewish people will have a homeland here. Mm-hmm. The details were not figured out. Like, I mean, I'm guessing, and my history is a little bit rusty on there, and you just corrected me that it even happened before Britain really controlled it. Mm-hmm. But I'm guessing, it was partially because the Jews were lobbying, I think that's the word I'm looking for England to recognize and give the Jewish people a land.
Yeah. And then out of this, there's obviously the Holocaust, like we mentioned. What effect did the Holocaust have towards Zionism and that movement?
I think it was a huge effect to the fact that the world eventually realized that the Jewish people have been going through persecution after persecution, and you're fast forwarding now to 1947, where the Britain basically says, "Okay, we're out. We can't do this anymore. You guys figure it out." At that point, it's after World War II. So the Geneva Convention, there's now rules to war. There's rules to the way. That's what really the UN did. It was originally the League of Nations, and eventually turns into the UN. And Britain says there's some sort of court to discuss world problems. Why should we deal with it? We can't figure it out. We originally want to give half and half, and we skipped over the Peel's Commission, which was 1937, which is obviously still really the as the British does control it, where they did offer half and half. That was the first split, the offer to split the land. It was going to be 27, somewhere between 25 and 27% to the Jews, and 75 to 77 to the Arabs. That was the Peel's Commission offering, which basically that was Britain saying, let's split this between the two. Mm-hmm. And as history goes, the Jewish people said, we'll take it, even though they were very reluctant, and the Arabs said they didn't want it. Then in 1947, it went to the UN, and that's when the UN suggested their partition plan, which was more. But back to your original question, I think I'm getting a little carried away. How much did the Holocaust affect that? I think the Holocaust affected that in a real way, in a very big way.
Yeah, because I think if you had an idea, or I guess if you were hesitant about creating the homeland, it's like, if there was a homeland, think of how many more Jews would have survived this atrocity. Yeah. If they could have sought refuge in this state. And then out of this, 2 years after the World War II ends, 1947, and then I think my dates get a little fuzzy on this, but they had I have written down here the UN Resolution 181, and then the official creation of the State of Israel, which was 1948.
1948, May 5th, 1948.
May 5th. The day that's created, or the day after, that leads to the Arab-Israeli War. And maybe could you just summarize what that entailed for those who don't know? Because I feel like this starts bleeding. I mean, all of this kind of relates to modern times, but this is the beginning of that. The beginning of modern times.
So, the next day after Israel. So let's just take a step back, right? So the UN comes to, two people want this land. Mm-hmm. There are the Arab people that lived in the land at that time, which at that point didn't necessarily call themselves Palestinians, because anybody living in that land were Palestinians, right? So my friends whose grandparents are Jewish, but come from Israel or come from Palestine, their nationality was Palestinian. Palestinian wasn't a people at that point. It was Arabs and Jews. They were all Palestinians. They didn't become Palestinians until the 1960s.
Because you would have Palestinian Christians at that
Correct.
time, too. Yeah.
Christians, Jews, Muslims. It was... So I just wanted to take a step back because I want to talk about the fact that the UN is now charged with this responsibility of figuring out whose land it should be. The Jewish people want this land, and again, Jews were immigrating there by the thousands. It was right after World War II, even before World War II, right? People were the Zionist movement through Theodor Herzl, right? People were immigrating there. How were they they were buying land. They were this myth of before 1948 or 1947, where Jews were just taking people's land. There is no evidence for anything like that. It was all JNF, which is an organization founded by Theodor Herzl. That's 100% what it was for, was to go ahead and buy land from the Arabs that were living there, from the British that were living there, right? There was many land that was, most of Israel at that point was desolate. It was just, it was a desert. But anyways, I digress. The point is that two people want this land. The United Nations says, okay, we're going to give some of it to the Jews. At that point, I think it was much higher than 25% at that time. I think it was 53-47. It was, it was close. They definitely gave more to the Jewish people at that point, but it wasn't like an exorbitant amount. And the Arabs felt that wasn't fair, and the Jews shouldn't have any. And so in 1948, Jews declare independence. That's what happens in 1948. The day after they declare independence is when they're attacked from 5 different countries. 5 different countries, right? They're a brand new state, barely have time to pull themselves up by their bootstraps, and they're literally attacked. Is from Jordan, from Egypt, from Syria, from Lebanon.
Was Iraq involved too?
I don't believe Iraq was involved then, and I'm missing one.
Syria, Jordan, Egyptians. There was 5. Do I have it down here? Lebanon. You said Lebanon?
I said Lebanon.
What is it? You sure there wasn't Iraq in that one?
I'm not 100. Now you're making me doubt myself. It's possible.
Because I'm trying to think of who else could have been
right
in that one. And it wasn't Iran, because Iran wasn't
too
Iran
far
at this point.
Yeah.
Right. In any event.
Anyways, okay. Yeah. And that's and at that point the war lasts about 5 months. And the Jews defend themselves, and they're able to maintain their borders. I mean, there's no way if the Jews wouldn't win, the one and only Jewish state wouldn't exist. It wouldn't be here. They didn't have any other option but to win the war, and they were able to hold back Jordan and Egypt and Lebanon and Syria and possibly Iraq, and they survived. And basically from 1948, there was constant skirmishes, and people coming in from Jordan, and terrorist attacks and things ever since. Just like anti-Semitism began from the moment the Jewish people have begun trying to get rid of Israel from the moment Israel was established, literally the next day. Sometimes it was in form of all-out wars, and sometimes it was in the form of just terrorism, people coming in and kidnapping people and taking hostages, to bus bombings and so on.
Would you say that 1948 war was the most dangerous time for the Jewish state, in the sense it was the most vulnerable to not being a state anymore? Because you had the 5 nations attack simultaneously. I don't know what the exact borders were at that time, but from my understanding, it seemed like that was where it was the most vulnerable, because there's been other wars, like the 6 Days Wars, the Yom Kippur War, if I pronounced that correctly.
Yep.
where it was, I mean, like the 6 Days War, it was 6 days, but this one is 5 months from all borders were being infiltrated at that point.
Right. I actually would say that the 1967 war was a lot more. Israel was a lot more worried for their existence,
Really?
and I'll tell you why.
Okay.
First of all, in 1948, they didn't even have time. They didn't have time to breathe. They didn't have time to prepare. They didn't have time to. The thought of existing or not existing wasn't, I don't think, in their lexicon. In 1967, it was, Jews were preparing they were taking huge parks and preparing them for cemeteries. It was a lot more the term Holocaust was being used all over again.
And this is the 6 Days War we're referring to now?
Correct.
Okay, yes.
Yeah.
Because that was between the 6 Days War, was that, I have this written down. Oh, yeah. Egypt, Syria, Jordan versus Israel.
For what? In 1967?
Yes, I believe those were the states.
Those were the three countries, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But Iraq and Lebanon was also involved. Saudi Arabia, Algeria, Kuwait, and Sudan were involved as well. But the three main countries was Egypt, Jordan, and Syria, right? West Bank, Gaza, and the Golan Heights.
Yes. And then the Yom Kippur War, which is that very sacred holiday, the high holiday.
The high holiday.
The highest of high holidays. Yeah. That was by design that they attacked on that day, correct? To catch the IDF off guard.
Correct.
And that was in like 73?
76, I believe.
Okay. In the 70s.
In the 70s.
That one wasn't as existential, but still a very serious threat.
Right.
And that
but I also just want to go back to the 1967 war. The 1967 war also really changed the whole trajectory of Israel today, in the sense that the biggest problem that Israel has today is Gaza and the West Bank, and that all really only began in 1967.
Mm-hmm.
Between 1948 and 1967, right, the West Bank was part of Jordan, and Gaza was part of Egypt.
Mm-hmm.
So, it really changed. That's number one, and number two, to a certain degree, that another huge way that it changed the trajectory of Israel was that between 1947 and 1967. Because of the Holocaust, because of World War II, Jews were always considered the underdog. Jews were always the oppressed.
Mm-hmm.
And they had the sympathy of the world. They had the sympathy of today, a lot of people, I would say a lot more like, I don't want to, to some people, let's just leave it at that.
Yeah.
It's all about oppress and oppressor, and that's the way they view the world. That's the way they view everything. So Israel at that point was the oppressed, and it had the sympathy of the world. It had the support of the world, and so on. After 1967, after the world saw that one tiny country was able to fight off three huge countries, very established countries, and again, those were the three main, like I said before, there were other countries involved in the war as well, and the fact that Israel was able to fend them off changed the sympathy and the support from most of the world. At that point, Israel was no more the underdog. They were no more the oppressed. They were the oppressors then. And that's why I would argue that, yes, the war of independence was an important war. It was... Can't compare it to the 1967 war, where it really, in so many ways, just changed the whole trajectory of what we have today. Because most of the world, just, I guess the last point, and then I can shut up about this point, which is that the entire world saw what happened in 1947, saw that the UN was granting Israel their land. Right? Everybody felt that Israel should have that land. So it was like the legitimacy was there. it was only after 1967 that changed.
It's an interesting perspective because I never really thought it from that lens, but I think you're very true in saying that a lot of people nowadays view the world as oppressed and oppressor. I think I've heard that before, and I think that certainly applies to the current conflict within Israel and Gaza and just within the Middle East right now too, is just the oppressed versus oppressor. And yeah, it seems like by saying that 6 Days War in 1967 is that switching of that narrative. And yeah, that's definitely does change your perspective, the world's perspective towards Israel. I could see where you're coming from in that perspective too. Out of these wars, there were also times of peace, and there is 2 specific accords that were signed, the Camp David Accords and the Oslo Accords. And based on your knowledge of those, what are your perspectives on that? Was that a positive in the sense that it maintained peace for a certain period of time, but also maybe kicked the issue down the road? And especially like the Oslo Accords could argue, from my limited understanding, is why we had October 7th happen too, or at least gave way for that to happen. But again, that's probably my limited understanding. But I love that.
I guess I'm not sure. I'd like to hear your understanding of Oslo to October 7th. It's interesting that it caught me off guard to a certain degree when you said times of peace. I don't think there was ever times of peace there were times that we've negotiated peace, but that there was the Oslo Accord maybe for a very short period of time until Yitzhak Rabin was assassinated. It looked like we were gonna have peace, but we got to remember that both of those peace deals that were negotiated, there wasn't actual peace then. Right after both of them, right? The first Antifada started in 1987, right? Went all the way until 1993, and the Oslo Accord began in 1993. So it was peace based on the Antifada, right? So for those that aren't aware, the Antifada was the time where there was a huge amount of terrorist attacks where terrorists would come from different parts of within Israel, right? At that point, there was no fences or gates between the West Bank and Israel proper, and even Gaza and Israel proper. There was no fencing or borders or anything, and people were coming from all over and blow up buses and blow up pizza parlors and cafes, and thousands of people have lost their lives over the course of those years. So compared to the Antifada, that period of time was peace, but it's hard to say that there's peace. Peace would mean that we both agree to live side by side and actually live that way, and we would both be able to recognize and validate and legitimize each side. There was never a time that I know I'm jumping ahead for a second, but like that Hamas has ever recognized Israel as the right to exist. There was part of the Oslo Accord was for the PA, for the Palestinian Authority, to recognize that Israel has the right to exist, right? So in theory, it could have worked. It should have worked, but it didn't work. So that's just why I was like there was times of peace. There was very few times of peace, and again, I think that's attributed to the fact that the Arab world never gave Israel the legitimacy to exist. You know how many Arab countries there are, Muslim countries in the world there are? There's 57 majority Muslim countries.
Really?
Yeah. Christian, 23 majority Christian countries. But the Jews just want one. And just the idea of legitimizing it, does it have the right to exist? There's no other country in the world that anybody questions. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mason. Maybe I am, or somebody can call you up later and said that Rabbi had it wrong. I don't believe there's another country in the world that anybody questions their right to exist. But from the moment it was established until today, and the question is, so what? Where did it all start, or what had happened? It's. I was speaking to a student 2 weeks ago about this, and throughout our conversation, we kind of broke it down to, it was more her than me, but the idea, the crux of the conflict is that one side is looking for justice, right? The Arab world feels that the Jews unjustly took their land. If you listen to half of the podcasts out there today, that are talking about Israel, right? And I would venture to say that 75% of them are anti-Israel, right? The main claim always is, if the Jews would just give them back their land, if it was right, just get out, just stop occupying their land, then everything would be okay, right? So what does that mean? What are they looking for, right? They're looking for justice. They feel that justice was not served, and whether I disagree with that premise, but even if that is true, even if it is true that it was unjustly taken, right? We talked a little before why I think it was justly taken legally, right? Whether it was the British who controlled it, whether it was the UN, right, who gave it to the Jewish people, but let's even go with the fact that still Jews took it unjustly. You know how much injustice has been done in this world? And not that I want to equate one person's injustice to another person's unjust, but every other people that feel that injustice was done, and really was, I'm not just saying, like, really unjust was done to them. There was lots of unjust that was done to Jews too. Jews were kicked out of Europe, right? Jews were kicked out of the Middle East, right? Like Jews were kicked out of Iraq and of Iran and of Algeria and Lebanon, and right, there's no Jews left in any of those places. But are they fighting to go back? I want my house back and I want my business back, right? Do they go back to Poland and fight? They picked themselves up from their bootstraps. They rolled up their sleeves and said, okay, how can we live a better life? Mm-hmm. If only the Arab world will just say to themselves, yes, it was unjust, but do we want to spend the rest of our lives fighting for justice, or do we want to spend the rest of our life living happily, living healthy lives, living safe lives? I once heard this idea based on Kabbalistic teaching, this difference between, you can walk into a room and you see two children fighting. They're fighting over a toy. This guy's pulling and she's pulling and they're scratching each other. And you're just like, okay, I'm done. You walk out. But you walk back in 5 minutes later and they're playing beautifully together. Then you can have two adults that go into a business venture together, and one feels the other one wronged him. They could even be brothers. And not 5 minutes, but 5 years later, 10 years later, 20 years later, they don't speak. They're not on talking terms. What's the difference? Why can the two children get along 5 minutes later, but the adults can't? The core difference is that, yes, obviously children's frontal cortex is not completely developed, but what is it? What is it about? They're choosing to be happy over being right. Adults choose being right over being happy. And that's why 15, 20, 30 years they may not talk to their brother or to their sister-in-law or to their business partner because they're so insistent on being right. And the question we need to ask ourselves, and you may say, yeah, you're a rabbi, you're Jewish, you're coming from this privileged standpoint where Jews have it, you have your land. So, yes, but the objective question that I think every person needs to ask themselves is, you want to be right or do you want to be happy? Do you want to be right or do you want your kids to grow up fighting a war for the rest of their life? Do you want to be right or do you want your kids not to be worried that bombs are going to fall on their head every other day?
It's a valid argument. That's certainly a compelling argument, I would say, too. I think if people would view it in that lens, it certainly could be, you would think peace would be a lot easier to achieve. Because when I guess we're leading up to this, so we may as well just jump into October 7th. But when I view October 7th and the events that have happened within there, I think of yes, Israel's going after Hamas and their leaders, and they've been successful in killing a lot of the main leaders, but there's still a lot of Hamas fighters that exist. And there's been a lot of civilians that have died within Gaza as well. And that's partly because of Hamas's strategy of putting the weapon depots underneath the hospitals and, or
just shooting from their civilian areas.
Right. And also, one could argue that maybe Israel isn't taking the necessary precautions. I'm sure in some instances that's been the case. There's blame to be cast on both sides. Depends on how much blame you want to give to each side. But I view the issue as in if you kill one civilian, you could create 10 more terrorists down the line. Like if a kid's family is wiped out from the IDF, how is he going to go through life viewing Israel and the IDF and the two-state solution that has been proposed throughout history? And so I see this conflict as, I hope I'm wrong, as just something that's going to keep happening in the future, like these wars that we've mentioned in the past. It just keeps getting kicked down the road, and it keeps reoccurring until there's just a perspective shift. There's a paradigm shift in how we view the whole conflict. So I guess I'd be interested to hear on what your thoughts are on that, because I think, was that in Vietnam, I think they said something for every one civilian you kill, you created 10 more Viet Cong or whatever it was. But I think that applies throughout all of wars throughout history.
So what's the question specifically? What do I think the solution is? Or
I guess,
or just in general, my perspective on it?
I guess the idea of how this war can lead to more war going forward.
So I think the only way it will lead to more war is if we keep on doing the same thing we've been doing for the last 80 years. Mm-hmm. Because for the last 80 years, to a certain degree, we have been in perpetual war. Mm-hmm. Again, the Arab side refuses to give Israel the legitimacy, and even those that do, they refuse to accept the peace deal that's been had. There's been over 7 peace deals that Israel has offered to the Palestinians over the course of this disagreement. Mm-hmm. Right? Are you familiar with any? I guess we spoke a little bit about the 1993, the Oslo Accord.
Yep.
Right? After 1967, right? Israel offered all of the Sinai back and made peace with the Sinai. Right?
Yep. And that was Egypt got control of that again, correct?
So it actually happened twice. In 1956, Israel got control of the Sinai. Mm-hmm. And then made a deal with Egypt.
Because that was the Suez Canal crisis? Yeah.
Right, where Nasser basically blocked off their shipping route. First of all, so again, just back up. Now, should we talk about the war? I don't think we need. We spoke enough about the wars. I don't want to go back to that. But the point was, the point more of the wars, I wanted to talk about more of the peace deals, right? Mm-hmm. Israel gave back the Sinai twice. In other words, they won it twice and gave it back twice. Both times, yeah. Right? 2005 gave back the Gaza Strip, right? In 2000, right, Ehud Barak offered a huge amount of the West Bank to the PA to Abu Mazen, Arafat, and
because he was the signator for the PLO at the Oslo Accords.
Correct, yeah. Correct. But he was still around in 2000, yep. And Ehud Olmert offered him, I think it was about 90% of the West Bank. Said, take the Jews, we'll give you 90% of the West Bank, right? With mutually agreed upon land swaps. In 2008, Ehud Olmert, he was the prime minister of Israel at that time, it was 97% of the West Bank he was offering back. So I'm sharing this, and then it continued, right? To the John Kerry was 2014. Mm-hmm. I think it was 2014, maybe 2018. No, 2014.
Yeah, because that was Obama.
2014, correct. 2014, and it just continued to offer peace time and time again. Mm-hmm. And, so what is the solution? The solution is not to do what we've been doing for the last 80 years, because that's not working. To your point, and I think this was more of your question, which is, So what do you do with every single terrorist that you kill or every innocent civilian you kill? You create 10 more. Yes, it's true, and it's terrible, and it's a terrible thing. But the only way for us to move forward is to totally eradicate evil. And Israel has to minimize every single innocent civilian as they can. But as long as there is evil, I was thinking about it a little bit this morning, similar to when a person has cancer, God forbid. Okay, a person has cancer, they gotta take medicine that destroys the body, completely destroys the body. They lose their hair, depending on the type of cancer that they have, right? And it's a terrible thing. But the only way for the person to survive is by destroying that cancer. And it's terrible that other parts of the body gets destroyed too. But if you want to survive, that's the only way. Mm-hmm. There is a cancer that's going on in the Middle East now. There is evil. There is a terrorist organization that is there to that has created havoc after havoc. Doesn't value human life. Doesn't care about. We hear so much about violation of human rights and violation of international law and so on and so forth, right? And yes, people don't blame Hamas for it because they don't expect better, and I hear that. Mm-hmm. It's like we blame Israel because you're the democracy. So we put Israel on the pedestal for that, and we expect, but it's when you're dealing with people that are total evil. The only way to be able to move forward is to get rid of them. So yes, if it unfortunately creates another 5 or 10, then that has to be get rid of too. We have to get rid of it because we cannot move forward as long as that evil is there.
Is there peaceful means to getting rid of this evil, you think? Or would that be going back to the past 80 years? Or do you think it has to be through physically killing the evil?
Unless the evil lays down, I don't think it has to be death. But since Hamas's came into being, there has never been a point where any of them said, you know what, let's see if we can do this in a diplomatic way.
Right.
So I don't think it needs to be, but as long as Hamas is refusing to put down their arms and not to fight and to get what they want without, fighting, and you might come and say, but they've tried that. When have they tried that, and how have they tried that? Mm-hmm. Right? In 2005, when the Gaza Strip was totally returned to the Palestinian people. Mm-hmm. They had everything that they wanted at that point, right? It wasn't that, and I open quotes, that the open air prison at that point. There was no open air. There was no blockade going on in 2005, right? The blockade only started once rockets started coming over. Mm-hmm. So there is nothing that I just can't see what they're looking for other than I think they're total evil.
Mm-hmm. That's... Certainly, I would agree with the people in Hamas are certainly evil. I don't know if I would cast everyone. I don't think you are doing this, casting everyone in the Gaza Strip as evil. And this kind of comes back to the discussion we had about if I was in Nazi Germany during the 30s, what would I do in that situation? Maybe people don't like Hamas as the ruling authority, and you can argue they voted them in, and the Nazis voted in Hitler too. But I've heard reports that their popularity is going down, but then I've also heard reports that it's never been higher, so I don't know what to believe in that regard too. But I would like to think that it's not that every person in Gaza holds this belief against Israel.
So I want to jump in and say I agree with you.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that every single person mm-hmm. in Gaza deserves to die. And I do believe that there are innocent people. But there's an interesting but, especially after you just brought this comparison between the Holocaust, the Nazis, and what's going on in Gaza right now. one day you'll go to Israel. There's the Yad Vashem Holocaust Memorial Museum.
Mm-hmm.
They have one in Washington D.C. as well.
I've been to that one in D.C.
Okay,
Yeah.
I've been to the one in D.C. not fully, so I don't know if they have this exhibit there, but definitely the one in Israel. They have at the end this exhibit for all of the non-Jewish Germans that risked their lives saving Jewish people. Are you familiar with that concept?
No, I'm not, but
hundreds and hundreds of Germans and Poles and Hungarians, they hid Jews in their attics.
like the Oscar Schindler.
Yeah, that's another
characters?
example. Yes, yes.
Okay.
Right? So there's a whole exhibit there honoring it's hundreds and hundreds of them that if they didn't take the parent, they took their children and they brought up their children and saved possibly thousands and thousands of Jews during the Holocaust.
Mm-hmm.
Just a few weeks ago, some of the hostages sat in Trump's office, and he was talking to them. I think it was 10 former hostages. And he was asking them, did any of the other civilians living in Gaza ever offer you an extra piece of bread? Ever look at you? Ever, smile at you? Did any of them take you in? Right? Do you know that Israel offered Palestinians millions of dollars for giving any information, for taking a hostage in, for sharing information about any of the Israeli hostages?
Yeah.
Not one. So yes, I will say that I agree with you that there's not one innocent. I'm sorry, that there are many innocent civilians living in Gaza, 100%. But at the same time, the fact that they were offered money and anonymity and the rest of their life taken care of, I mean, it says something about even the innocent civilians that live there, right? I'm sure you saw the video of, or you know what? Maybe I'm going to pose this as a question to you, if I can. I know you're interviewing me, but I have a question for you.
100%, go for it.
Right? You saw the video after October 7th of them parading the hostages through the streets of Gaza, have you?
I've seen some videos.
Some of the videos. Yeah. Okay. So the hundreds that are standing in the streets and cheering for the civilians that are driving through the streets. Right? Did you see those? Any of those clips?
They had like the Toyota trucks or whatever in the back.
And people are yelling and they're beating the civilians. Some of them aren't, but some of them are, and so they're just yelling and cheering, even if they're not even if they're not hitting the hostages, but they're celebrating. Are they innocent civilians?
It's a valid question. It seems like they're being complicit, and
are they innocent? I'm sorry, I'm still pushing. And I'll say the same question for the hundreds that watched that were dressed up as the hostage deal was happening, right? Did you see any of the clips of the Israeli hostages? They're releasing hostages, right?
And on the stage.
And on the stages, people are cheering and they're doing this whole. Are they innocent?
I think in terms of innocence, it seems like the latter would be more innocent than the former, in the sense that people are physically attacking them.
No, but let's say they weren't attacking; they were just celebrating.
Well, then the fact that they're being complicit, I guess if I had to pick one or the other, I'd say that they aren't innocent. But then also, I feel like I don't know if that would justify them. Also, like that could justify for them to be killed necessarily too. I would have to think about it more. But for the sake of this conversation, I'll say, just giving 30 seconds to think about it, I'd say no, they aren't innocent in that sense, because they're being complicit in what is happening. But then also, I guess you could say, what could they do to stop that from happening?
But they're out on the streets celebrating.
That's true. They could go back into their home.
Yeah.
Yeah, then I guess you make a valid argument then that they wouldn't be innocent then by being complicit in that demonstration.
Now, obviously, there wasn't 2 million people in the streets, right? It was definitely hundreds, possibly thousands. Didn't count, but it was. So, are there people that did stay home? Yeah, I'm sure there are. And are they innocent? Yeah. And I don't know. I don't know the answer to the question that I asked you. By the way, it was just something that off the cuff.
Good to ponder. Yes.
Yeah, I'm pondering it. It's. But it's the concept of the innocent civilians. It's terrible. It's terrible. I'm going to argue it's terrible when a combatant dies. Any death is terrible.
Mm-hmm.
But the question is, what do we do about it? Are we just going to do the same thing, right? I'm sure you've heard the line, "Fool me once, shame on me."
Yep.
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Like, and do the same thing over and over again and expect a different result. That's stupidity at that point.
Yeah.
So to offer another peace deal is not the answer right now.
So,
the answer is there's a cancer that's going on, and cancer needs to be eradicated.
do you think some people could be turned off from the use of the word eradicated, and maybe the parallels that could be used as the Nazis using that directed towards Jewish people? Could some, again, playing devil's advocate in the sense using the word eradicate, some would argue that's a dehumanizing word to cast at a group of people. Do you think that is helpful language in this sense, or is it just for the sake of the metaphor?
Thank you. I appreciate the question. Let me do a Jewish thing and ask you a question back, if I can, to answer the question. Are terrorists and those of the terrorist mindset, is that a dehumanizing term for a person?
I would say by calling someone a terrorist, are you? No, not necessarily.
It's not dehumanizing them?
I think it's labeling them.
Okay.
I think also terrorism is a more recent development in human history, at least in the sense that like we conceptualize terrorism with 9/11 and the first Intifada, whereas way back hundreds and thousands of years there wasn't the idea of terrorism, at least from my understanding of it. There might have been. Whereas the term eradicating has been more or less used to justify certain actions. Like that's a term that some people would coincide with, like genocide or ethnic cleansing.
Okay.
That's where I'm coming from.
Right, but I'm talking about eradicating Hamas. I'm not talking about eradicating all of Gaza.
Okay.
Right?
Then that sentence I can get more behind. This is the way I was perceiving it, was like...
No, I just to if that wasn't clear, then I'll make it... I'm not talking about eradicating all of Gaza.
Gotcha.
I'm talking about eradicating evil.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying that all of Gaza is evil.
Okay.
I'm saying that Hamas is evil.
Yeah, and I would agree with that then.
You would agree with that Hamas is evil?
Yeah.
So do we need to eradicate evil?
I think in that sense, with getting rid of Hamas, it seems like that's, at this point, again, I have to think about it more, it seems like if you don't want to repeat the mistakes of the past, then you have to get rid of what's causing it, the variable that's causing this to occur. And October 7th was caused because of Hamas invading and killing 1,200 people and taking 200 and some hostages. So in that sense, I think getting rid of Hamas, yes, would be a good thing. I just think with the population density of Gaza, and this is also just me being picky in this sense, that there's going to be a lot of death to justify that. I hope the means justify the ends, but I don't know if that idea of you kill one terrorist, you kill one innocent civilian, you create 10 terrorists, hypothetically.
But wouldn't you say the same thing when you kill one terrorist, you also create another 10 terrorists?
I guess you could.
You got to remember that there are lots and lots of terrorists there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not everyone, but lots of terrorists. The average family member probably, I'm not saying this based on any statistics, so I could be completely wrong with this, but would you, just from my understanding of it, the amount of, there's 50,000, right, according to the IDF at least, that there's 50,000 combatants, right? People that at least were part of Hamas.
Yeah.
Right? So 50,000 out of 2 million, right? So everybody knows somebody
right.
that is a combatant that's part of Hamas. So if a combatant is killed, it's the same thing. It also angers the family members.
No, that's a valid point. That certainly would make me change my opinion that I've previously stated then. I think, yes, you'd have to get rid of the symptom of what's causing all of this to occur.
it kind of what I was thinking about when you were talking. I view it as like this American Civil War, in the sense that the South secedes. We had to go down. The Union has to go down. Beat them over the head. Slavery is bad. You can't secede. We destroy Atlanta, Vicksburg, all the Richmond. Yeah, we had to break some eggs to make the omelet, and the omelet being preservation of the Union, the eradication of slavery. So maybe it's the short-term pain, long-term gain sort of idea, and maybe eradicating Hamas is that short-term pain, which is going to kill these civilians and some of these children too, but ideally would cause the long-term gain.
I mean, didn't we try that after World War II?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that today how and why Germany is part of the United Nations and an
Japan too?
Japan, yeah. I mean, again, it's a terrible thing. I don't think it needs to be done. But when you have evil there, you have to get rid of the evil in order to be in order to move forward.
And I think just from this conversation, a Jewish person's ability to pinpoint evil, because they've experienced it from the birth of Judaism, they have experienced evil one way or another. So I think that's a valid point that you make about getting rid of evil. Otherwise, it just perpetuates to affect other people, particularly Jewish people in this instance.
And I think, correct me if I'm wrong or tell me if you disagree with me, but I think in every facet of our lives, when we recognize where something is evil, we need to remove evil.
Mm-hmm.
And I gave you one example of, cancer attacking a body.
Mm-hmm.
And it's, if we agree that Hamas is evil, and I think you agree with me.
Oh,
that
yes,
it is
100%.
evil,
Yeah.
That, is there another way of you seeing getting past evil except for eradicating it?
I guess I don't at this point. I think what my biggest issue, I guess, is just the term, and this is just me being picky at this point, because the term eradicate is just very, when you say that
aggressive.
Sort of word, yes, aggressive. But
you'd prefer the word remove.
And at that point, it's like you're just
tomato.
You're picking straws. It's a synonym, more or less. I just think if you're trying to convince other people to come to your side, it would be easier to. And maybe I'm just getting in the weeds, but and this could just also be that form of like the human rights, like that's our generation's focus point, and just when you try to eradicate someone or something, it's that slippery slope that we've seen throughout history, and I don't want to.
So let me backtrack and say remove.
Okay.
Let's remove.
Then yes, I think removing Hamas. Eradicating Hamas, however you want to use it.
Wait, now you're saying it's the same thing.
More or less, it
was taking you time to get to...
I'm just picking synonyms at this point, but yes, I think getting rid of Hamas would be a good thing for not only Israel, but the citizens of Gaza. Yes.
100%.
Yes. Matter of if a different type of Hamas will sprout up from the removal. That's a different question.
Did it happen after Nazi Germany?
It did not. But I guess Vietnam? No, I mean they have the communists did take over, I guess, in Vietnam, but in like Japan, no.
No, right.
Or at this point in our history, no one has tried to secede, from my understanding, knock on wood. But as the Chinese Prime Minister said,
still too early to tell.
Still too early to tell. So I guess we'll see when it comes to that. I guess another question I had too is Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has been in the limelight for Israeli politics for many years. I think, was he first Prime Minister in the 90s?
Yep. I think it was 94 his first year. Right,
and then he's came out, went into private life, came back in. He's Prime Minister now. What is your opinions on Benjamin Netanyahu?
I guess what aspect of it? There's a lot of him. It's a very general question, so I'm guessing you want me to take it wherever I want.
Sure.
Two things I'll say. Number one is I think he served his time. In other words, he's he did an amazing job, whether it was his first time around, his second time around, but he's definitely done his time there. And I think it is time for him to move on. You know, if he asked me my opinion, I would definitely tell him, you've done a job, you've done a great job. Now let's give somebody else a turn.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's, to a certain degree, is the core issue of what's going on within Israel, that they are just sick of him. At the same time, from my understanding and reading, and I do follow Israeli politics quite closely, I find that any of the blames or the attacks that anybody has with him are not anything real. The only real thing is that he's been there too long, right? What would any other prime minister have done after October 7th? Right? I don't think anybody, most of Israel, right now his rating, after October 7th, his ratings only went up. Most people in Israel are of the opinion that we need to remove Hamas, right? So in terms of October 7th, in terms of, there's these allegations of these bribes that he's taken, right? If anybody's looked deep into it, we're talking about simple politics that people are using to just remove somebody who's been there for too long. I don't know if you know much about what was going on with the reform, the judicial reform.
A little bit.
Like, my goodness, if you follow that, and all they're trying to do is to strengthen the actual checks and balances that are going on there. Right? They're trying to actually have it more of a reflection of what goes on here in the United States with the Supreme Court and the executive branch. Right now, you know how it works with who chooses the next Supreme Court judges. It's their own internal people. They have a vote with them. They have a committee. The committee chooses. It's not a reflection at all of what the democracy of who they voted in. So they feel that it always has been one-sided. In other words, the Supreme Court has always been far to the left, and they just keep on reinitiating people that are far to the left, which means it's not a reflection of all what's going on. They're not voted in democratically. That's what judicial reform is. I know I'm oversimplifying it for this conversation, but for the purpose of time and the purpose of people's attention span, I think but that's the core crux of it. But when you look in the streets of thousands of people, hundreds of thousands of people demonstrating, they're putting it in a way of democracy where he is undemocratic. These are just all inflammatory terms. So to summarize, I think he's done his time, and I think he should move on. But there's nothing specific that I can point to and just say, I think he's terrible for this reason.
And that's a valid point. I'm aware of the judicial reform and how it sparked massive protests, and people were saying it was undemocratic. And I guess you could see how you could have that narrative in the sense he's trying to take the power of the court away from renominating itself and then giving him the ability to nominate them.
Which is how we have it in every other free country.
Right, and especially the United States, which I'm assuming Israel's political system is. It's a parliamentary system, but it still
mirrors
any democracy. More or less takes something away from the United States.
Correct. Like
the Supreme Court, that's the case in point. That's what we call our Supreme Court. So, yeah, that's an interesting perspective to hold, because I wasn't really 100% certain on what the issue was. I knew it had to do with the judiciary and democracy and all this, but yeah, you could argue that by having the executive nominate the Supreme Court.
By the way, he's not even advocating that the executive nominates.
Oh, okay.
That's not even what he wasn't even going there yet. He's just saying that it should be more of a democratic process instead of an internal committee of people self-appointing themselves, that it should just be the same political party. And the same. It's always been, before I spoke a little bit about Ashkenazi versus Sephardic, right? Yep. That's a big thing in Israel between right? It's always been that same white left, Ashkenazi. There's And that's what he's looking to change, to diversify it a little bit more.
And I think there's an issue that could come from people not viewing the court as legitimate if they think it's an undemocratic process how they're nominated. I think that's a very enlightenment sentiment to hold. Like, the people really have to trust the institutions for them to have any legitimacy. And if you don't think that this institution is working accordingly, why would you follow it?
Yep.
And that's something that is kind of happening in the United States right now, more or less. A little different, but kind of the same, in the same vein. In the sense, it's like if you don't agree with it, or you delegitimize it, then you take away its power too. But again, that could be a whole nother podcast where you could go into that. One other thing that I'm not entirely too familiar about. But
Just one more topic?
Well, I have a couple more, I guess.
Okay, no problem.
If that's okay.
I'm okay so far. I'm enjoying this.
Okay, good deal. Yeah, I'm going to say we're bleeding over 3 hours now, but we're having a good conversation. The West Bank settlements. And I don't know if that's not something that's happened just under Netanyahu. That's been something that's happened prior to his...
Since 1967.
1967. Because, correct me if I'm wrong, at that point, Israel had control of the West Bank, Gaza Strip, and the Sinai Peninsula? Wasn't there at one point where they had, like, all of those in the Golan Heights? And that was 1967?
So it was in the 1967 war.
And they took all that land at that point.
Correct.
And so, could you explain then the controversy around the West Bank settlements and how you view the West Bank settlements?
Sure, I'll try.
Okay.
But it's obviously a huge part of the complicated situation there. Mm-hmm. Especially if you speak to a lot of people of the pro-Palestinian movement. One of the things that for some reason they advocate. Have you listened to any of Cenk Uyghur's stuff?
I'm familiar with Young Turks.
Young Turks.
I haven't, not really, but I'm familiar with him. So
it's funny how sometimes he goes back and forth between 55 years or 75 years of occupation. He's not really sure where he stands on it, what is considered. A lot of people will not consider, let's say, depending on where you are in the on that far right, far left, pro-Israel, pro-Palestine stance, where many people in the pro-Palestinian movement, right? Israel from the river to the sea, meaning Israel should not exist. No more Jews, no more Jews, no more Israel. Everybody go back to Europe, go back to where you were kicked out of. Don't take our land, right? That's one side of it, and that's where they would call the occupation, I put in quote, right, a 75-year-old problem because it started in 1947, 1948.
Gotcha.
Right? But many are of the opinion, no. Israel should have the right to exist between what they would call the 1947 borders, which was, again, when they say that, they say between 1947 and 1967, right? What they had for those 20 years. So to a certain degree, it's a huge part of, depending on who and what you're talking about, it happens to be a huge part of the conflict. But let's go back to, you asked me to, my opinion. So in order to do that, we have to talk a little bit about the history of these areas. And the first point that I'll make is this is so contentious, this is so complex, that even the names of how you address it are so politically charged. Right? Similar to, how the idea of pro-life and pro-choice, right? The name of itself tells you how complex, or not complex, but how big the debate is.
Right.
Because, right, the names are inflammatory, right? So, as somebody who believes that, or I don't want to say as someone, for someone that believes that the Jews have a right to their ancestral homeland, calling it the West Bank, right, is to a certain degree a slap across the face, because they're looking to eradicate, to take away the connection between the Jewish people and their land. What is that land really called? What was it called throughout the centuries? It was called Judea and Samaria, right? So they're trying to disconnect the Jews. Why are we called Jews? Because we come from Judea. That's where we come from, that part of the world, that region. And that's why so if you call it the West Bank, we can kind of sever the connection between Jews and Judea. Similar, by the way, to how the name got, the name of Israel got the name of Palestine in the first place. How did it get the name of Palestine? The Romans called Israel, after the expulsion of the Jews, they called it something Palestina. I'm going blank on the exact term.
It's a Roman name, though. Like the Roman language.
Yeah, the Roman language.
Yeah.
Why did they call it that? There was no... The concept of Palestinians... That at that point, there was a group of people who didn't live anywhere near that region called the Pelishtim, the Philistines. It's in the books of our scriptures. Are you familiar with Samson and the Philistines?
Yep.
Right? They were a enemy of the Jewish people. So again, they felt that it would be a slap across if we can disconnect the name. Let's call it the name that of the Jewish of the enemies of the Jews. Mm-hmm. That's where it got that name from. Now, it's to a certain degree, it's that same thing of what we're calling it. Are we calling it the West Bank? Or if you are even a little bit further, you might call it the occupied territories, right. Which for some funny reason, by the way, only got that name after 1967, mm-hmm. which should make the average listener question, wait, who occupied it, though, in 1966? Were there Palestinians in 1966? Did they have control over that land? And the answer is no. Who had control over what people call the West Bank? Jordan. Mm-hmm. Jordan controlled that land. Were they occupiers? There is no documentary, that where anybody ever refers to that land of being occupied by Jordan. If it's the Palestinians' land, was it occupied by this? And the same thing with Gaza, by the way. Who occupied that land? Who controlled that land in 1966? Mm-hmm. Egyptians did. But only for some reason, when the Jews take control of it, only then is it considered an occupied territory. But that double standard will allow for the listener, or will let for the listener to decide whether or not that's a double standard. Right. But again, point number one that I'm making is that it's so contentious that even the name, the terminology we're going to use for it, is so politically charged. Mm-hmm. But back to the history. Right. So what happens is, like I said before, Israel gave back the Sinai after they conquered it in 1956. Mm-hmm. Okay, so in 1956 they conquered the Sinai. Again, there was another scrimmage between Israel and Egypt, and they give it back. And part of basically their treaty their agreement between Israel and Egypt was that Egypt would allow Israel to use the Suez Canal and the shipping and be able for trade and import and export. And number two would be that they would allow the UN would occupy the Sinai, mm-hmm. and Egypt would not put any forces or any military in the Sinai desert. Okay, that was the crux of the treaty. Mm-hmm. In 1967. Israel asks the UN to leave. Egypt asks the UN to leave the Sinai, which to Israel, and they just walked off. There was no fight. They just said, "Okay, fine, we're done." And they move in their tanks and they move in their military into the Sinai, because the UN is now gone. Eventually, Nasser cuts off the shipping. I don't know why I'm going. I can't.
The route. Suez Canal.
The Suez Canal, right? Yep. The fact that Israel cannot access it for import and export. And the UN and Israel at that point is diplomatically begging for the UN to get involved and begging for Egypt to get to stop it, but clearly they have no plan. And Israel at that point warns Jordan, please do not get involved in this war. Mm-hmm. Like, we don't need another war with you. Please don't get involved in this war. But Jordan did not listen. On the first day of the war, Israel basically does a preemptive attack. They see what's going on. This is 1967. They've got enough intelligence and enough, right? They can see that the war is about. They were on the cusp of another war, so they launch a preemptive attack and they wipe out all of the Egyptian military all in one day, basically destroying, what's the word I'm looking for?
I guess destroy or whatever.
Destroying, demilitarizing most of Egypt.
Decapitulate or whatever it happens to be. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
There's still the word I'm looking for, but we're close enough. I think everyone will understand what I'm trying to get to. And then, and basically in one day, most of Egypt is out. And at that point, Jordan begins to attack Israel, and then Syria from the top by the Golan Heights. Now, I want you to keep in mind that while this is going on, Jews have not had access to their holiest site. We spoke a little bit about this before. The old temple, right? The old city, Jerusalem, since 1948, because Jordan had that land. So, and Jews, for some reason, Jews were not allowed to go. Right now, when Israel controls it, Arabs have no problem going to the Temple Mount. But when the Arabs control it, Jews were not allowed to access the Temple Mount. They were not allowed to pray at the Western Wall. They were not allowed to go to their holiest site. And at that point, Israel had no plans. First of all, they begged Jordan not to get involved in the war. That's number one. And number two, once they did, they weren't even planning on going anywhere near. Their point wasn't to take. They didn't want the West Bank. They didn't want Judea and Samaria. They just wanted Jordan not to get involved in the war. But as that happened and Israel was advancing in it, they realized, wow, this is going to be the first time in 20 years that Jews will have access to their holiest sites. And there was a huge debate within Israel. Do we continue pushing forward? Do we not continue pushing forward? What do we do? In the end, the decision was that our children will never forgive us. If we have access to take control of the Western Wall and the Temple Mount, then of course we should. And they did, and they went forward, and they pushed the Jordanians further back, all the way back until to the whole West Bank. And now and they did the same thing with Syria and the Golan Heights. And now they're sitting after 1967 with, okay, we've once again tripled in size. They once again retook over the whole Sinai. Entire Israel has, which Sinai itself is double the size of Israel.
Yeah, it's enormous.
Enormous.
Yeah.
Okay? The entire West Bank. And by the way, Gaza, they also occupy Gaza, and the Golan Heights. And the world is like, what are you doing? You're taking land. What are you, like? And Israel, by the way, shortly, I think it was only 3 months later, that Israel wanted to give back, they wanted to give back the Sinai. But at that point, the Arab leaders, so the war ends, right? And Israel ends up with the West Bank, ends up with Gaza, ends up with Sinai, ends up with
Golan Heights.
The Golan Heights, right? Again, 3 times their size for a war that they did not ask for. So, at that point, this is way after the Geneva Convention, and there are rules to war. And part of that is that you're not allowed to attack someone and take their land. That would be against international law.
Right.
But it is very clear in international law that if somebody attacks you and out of defense you win their land, you need to take their land to defend yourself. There is absolutely no problem with taking that land. And again, I would also like to, it's not even their land. Who owned the land in 1966? It was Jordan. That Jordan isn't asking for it back. It's a people that didn't even own the land. They would live there. So right after 1967, right after the war, there was I'm going blank on what it was called. There was the 3 famous no's that the Arab leaders came up with. It was no peace, no negotiation, and no legitimacy. No, it was no peace, no recognition, no negotiation.
And this is all directed towards Israel.
It was called the Khartoum Resolution.
Okay.
That was 3 months after Israel's victory, right? Again, the Khartoum Resolution. It was called no peace, no recognition, and no negotiation. Israel at that time is trying to negotiate. They want to give back. They don't want the Jordan. They don't want the West Bank. They don't want Gaza. When they eventually gave back the Sinai, they begged Egypt to take Gaza with them. And they refused. So this whole problem that we're having now, October 7th, Gaza, right? wasn't something that Israel wasn't. There's this rhetoric out there. You listen to people like David Smith or others that are Cenk Uygur, right? It's all Israel's just glad they just want to grab other people's lands. No, if you look a little bit of the history, they didn't want the land. They begged Egypt to take it back. Mm-hmm. The West Bank, they didn't beg for it to be taken back. I believe that a lot of it had to do with the fact that they were hoping to use it as a negotiating chip with Jordan. There was also other elements to it, and this really goes back to your question about, so what do I think about it? I think that Israel has some rights to the land, lots of rights to the land. The first thing I mentioned before, the idea, according to international law, Jordan, you attack Israel, you lose, and now you're crying that you want it, or other people, like, it doesn't work like that. You don't get to invade my house, and then after I kick you out, right, and then I push back, and I want to defend myself, and I need to extend in order to defend then you come, I think one of the and this may be oversimplifying things, but it's just the way I understand this, that you look at the history of this whole conflict that we're talking about. There seems to be a disconnect between cause and effect. Mm-hmm. If somebody is going to do X, there are going to be repercussions from that X. In other words, if you don't accept the UN's peace treaty, in other words, the two-state peace, or two lands for two people, and you reject it, and then you attack, there are going to be repercussions from that. And yes, we're here 80 years later. Hindsight is 2020, so it's easy for me and you to say that. But to think that no repercussions will happen and all of a sudden be upset that you don't have a land, or you come and you attack people and you lose and you realize there are repercussions. Mm-hmm. You attack Israel on October 7th, and now you're upset that there are that there's thousands of people dying. And it's, yes, cause and effect.
Right.
You gotta do something, and then be upset later that that Israel retaliates or something didn't go your way. It's just a ludicrous way of understanding the way this world works, mm-hmm. and that's part of going back to the settlements and going back to Judea and Samaria and the West Bank. It's you attack on 1967 when Israel pleaded with you not to get involved in this war, and you did. And you lose, and now you're upset that Israel controls the West Bank. So there's that element. I think another element to it, the reason why Israel, and why it's complex, let me put it that way. I think Israel should have a right to it, barring the political, the politics behind it. So I want to leave the politics behind, because when it comes to politics, my opinion is a little bit different.
Yep.
But I'm talking about Israel's right for that land, mm-hmm. and why, to a certain degree, even they agree to call it a settlement. If according to international law, Israel has the right to that land, then you can't have a settlement in your own land. You can't occupy your own land. That's when it comes to international law. Mm-hmm. Let's talk about historically. Historically, like I said before, Jews come from that part of land. That is the heartland of the Jewish people. It's called Judea. I don't think anybody denies that part. The Jews lived there at a certain point. We call ourselves Jews because we come from there. So from an historical perspective, we have every right to that land as well. Again, how do you occupy a land that you belong, mm-hmm. that you come from? There's another element. There's also a security aspect to it, right? Before 1967, at its most narrow point, the West Bank is 12 miles away from the Mediterranean Sea. Mm-hmm. That's how narrow it is. So first of all, they can easily, very, very easily, just cut off, the upper part of Israel to the bottom part of Israel. Easily push them into the sea, from the river to the sea. That, right? The river is the Jordan River.
The sea's Mediterranean Sea.
Mm-hmm. 12 miles. 12 miles is, you can jog that,
right. 100%.
But, and it's really so it's from a security standpoint, I think that's why Israel has a right to that land. And then I think the last point that I'll make is that Palestinians never controlled that land. Mm-hmm. They lived in that land, and I agree with you. Mm-hmm. But they never controlled the land. So why is Israel giving it back to they're occupying Palestinians' land, or they're occupying Jordan's land? Like, whose land is it? Why would it be the Palestinians' land? They live there. Jews live there. You know, the first settlement that again, what the world calls settlements today, mm-hmm. I think it's called Gush Etzion. Okay, that's the first settlement that was built by the children of those that were killed and expelled from their land in 1948, which means to say that Jews were also expelled in 1948. Lots of people from their homeland, right? In that war, Jews were expelled from the land, from parts of the land, and Arabs were expelled from parts of their land, mm-hmm. right? Because Jordan took control over that land after the war.
Right.
The first people that went to build the first settlements there were children of those that came from that place. So it's like, to a certain, it's rightfully, if we're going by that, it's not about a government, but it's about a people who live there. If that's the Palestinian claim, that's why they should have the land. Mm-hmm. Jews were living there as well before 1948, and that's who went in, and that's where the movement was to resettle Judea and Samaria, to resettle the West Bank. So I don't think I answered your question. I'm going to stop talking because that was a long rant. But that's just the history of how we're in this mess. Now, you want to ask me what I think about it now? That's a different question. Mm-hmm. But I think that in order, before we move any forward on this discussion, it's very important to understand what Israel's claim is for that land and the history of how we have this mess that we have.
Absolutely. Need the context. And you provided it. So that's impressive that you were able to talk for that long. That was impressive.
I hope I didn't go too long.
No, it was good. But your thoughts on what settlements today? There's I think I mentioned this to you the other day, the Oscar-winning documentary. I went and saw that. It makes obviously they have a certain perspective that they're pushing forward in this documentary, but it does make the Israelis look bad in the sense that they come in with these bulldozers, they knock down all these Palestinian settlements that they are also claiming have existed for hundreds and hundreds of years, which is the case, I'm assuming, just like it was the case for Jews as well. But then you see the Israelis, they're like, you need a permit to build here, and it's like, well, they control giving the permit, so how are they supposed to build if they aren't given a permit by the people that are controlling it? And then they come and pour cement down the wells. They can't drive on the roads. Only Israelis can drive on the roads, and taking the water away. At least from that documentary, they were saying something along the lines of that. And
so I can't. I'm sorry.
I was just going to
interject.
Yeah, and I was just going to say, I understand that's a one-sided perspective in that, and so I'm curious on how someone with your viewpoint, not saying it's right or wrong, because my viewpoint is still developing as I learn more and more about this issue. How do you view the settler violence that's come out of it too? It's, just because you have a few bad apples doesn't make the whole tree rotten sort of deal. In the sense that just because you have a few bad Israelis doesn't mean every Israeli settler, to use the term, is bad. So I'm just.
But you did realize that even that is a politically charged term, right?
Right. That was your whole 20-minute rant right there. Was just proving that. So, and now I've learned,
right,
that it's not so black and white like everything in this
conflict.
Issue. Exactly. So what are your thoughts when it comes to that?
Okay, so I obviously cannot comment on the documentary. Right. I didn't watch the documentary.
Yep.
You did tell me about it, and I did try to see if I would be able to watch it. Mm-hmm. I did, online. It's not online yet. It's still only in theaters, or maybe they're it's not accessible for anyone. I would like to watch it, mm-hmm. But I will say the same thing that I said to you yesterday, off the air, which was that this documentary, without even me watching it, just watching the trailer, clearly had a message. and had a very biased message. And I'll tell you from the other side. And I mentioned to you the documentary that I saw called October 8th.
Yep.
And I'll say the same thing, which was a pro-Israel documentary about what's going on in college campuses. And the first thing I walked away saying is, wow, they had an agenda and they did a great job at their propaganda.
Right.
And the premise of that documentary is to talk about what's going on college campuses and the rise of anti-Semitism and the pro-Palestinian movement and so on and so forth. Now, the point of this isn't to get into the weeds of that documentary. The point is that when something is biased, and it's very important to point that out. And again, it's an extremely biased side of that October 8th documentary. It's a reflection of what's going on the extreme campuses where the pro-Palestinian supporters get extremely violent, extremely hateful, right? Breaking property, and so on and so forth. And I don't believe that that's a true reflection of what's going on every college campus, or even on most college campuses. They took the extreme and they made their point. I think there's a lot of anti-Semitism in the pro-Palestinian movements that are going on college campuses, on every college campus, but it's not nearly as bad as with the way they projected it in that October 8th documentary. And again, I can't comment on the details of the documentary that you're mentioning, but I can tell you just from watching the trailer and from hearing you that there's an agenda. They want to talk about how evil and violent and unfair the settler movement is. And I think that in your question, you hit upon the answer, which is, are there raw apples in the settler movement? Yes, there are. Are most of them violent people that are instigating and starting, fights and attacking and killing Palestinian people? They aren't. Does the media paint the picture that they are? Absolutely. But I've spoken to people, I've spoken to friends, and I've spoken to family members of family members. I don't know anyone personally who is there, so I have to do with what I have access to. I have a few alumni that I know have brothers-in-law that live there, and the question I asked them is, the way the media is painting this, is this true? Are you walking into Arab towns and just setting fires or killing people, right? And the answer is emphatically no. Now, there's another point that you brought up, which is the idea of, Israel sometimes coming in and demolishing people's homes, right? I'm sure you know that as we're talking today, there is a concept of pay to slay. Are you familiar with that concept?
I am not, no.
Okay, so pay to slay is the PA, the PLO,
Yep.
today known as the PA, Palestinian Authority. If an Arab goes in and kills any member of Israel, terrorist attack, stabbing, something like that, if they survive, then they will receive perpetual income. I forgot the exact amount. We can look it up. Jamie, we need Jamie to look it up for us.
Someday I'll have my own Jamie.
Yeah, exactly.
Not yet, though.
But you'll look up pay to slay, where they will receive money from the Palestinian Authority, coming from your and my tax dollars, which is fine. And for a whole different discussion why I say it's fine. But our tax dollars are going to pay for family of those that kill Israelis. So Israel is faced with a pretty serious situation. What do? We're living with people that are incentivized to go and kill Israelis. So what they do is, when a terrorist goes in and causes a stabbing or a bus bombing or a shooting or something, Israel's response to that is, you're going to go pay the family, we're going to go and destroy we are going to discourage people from sending their children, their mothers, their daughters, to go and implement a terrorist attack, and we're going to destroy their home. We're not going to kill them. They have to leave their home. But in order to discourage for family members of causing terrorist attacks, I'm just letting you know, if your son goes out, your entire home will be demolished. we are talking about dealing with a corrupt government where, again, you sound like you did a little bit of digging into the Oslo Accord,
Yep.
right? So in under the Oslo Accord, right? So under what's it called? There was Area A, B, and C,
Yep.
right? So Area A is completely under the control of the Palestinian Authority, I believe. I always mix which one is
I'm
A,
not
which one is C.
100% sure on which one's which, but I'm
Okay.
aware that
Same.
there are areas or
Same.
there's zones,
Right.
whatever.
So
yeah.
let's go with the one that is under the control of the Palestinian Authority,
Mm-hmm.
right? Instead of them discouraging death and violence and terrorism, right, they're encouraging it. So Israel doesn't have a partner with who they're able to negotiate with or work with in order to ensure safety and security.
Mm-hmm.
So they go in and they do demolish those homes. They don't kill their family members, they have them leave. But that is the way that Israel is interacting with these people that are living on their doorstep.
Mm-hmm.
What are we in? We're in the 15th year of Mahmoud Abbas's 4-year term.
Yeah.
We're not the premise. I think one of the things that agitates me a lot when we talk about this issue, the whole, why can't we just, we have to make one people, one land for two people, right? That's like the other, the two-state solution can't work right now, right? There's no partner, but we can make one land and we'll make it a democracy. Right? And it's just like, where exactly in that region do you see any democracy? Mm-hmm. Right? Is that in the lexicon of Jordan, of Syria, of Lebanon, of Egypt? Right? None of these countries were, but somehow in the middle, the one place in the Middle East, it's the Palestinians that are going to figure out how to do it. We're dealing with people that can't, that it's just not part of that in that neighborhood. They don't have that.
Right.
So, but yet we project what we want, what we think from here, from the United States, what the success of what would happen there.
This is interesting. And I don't want to comment on or give a rebuttal because I don't think I have one at this point in the sense that I'm just still learning about all of this. But I'm glad to hear a differing perspective from the one I got from that documentary, because what you're saying was not addressed, especially the history of it. If it was mentioned, it was very passing, and I'm assuming if they would have mentioned the history, it probably wouldn't have been to the Israelis' favor. So it's good to hear the other side, for lack of better terms, perspective when it comes to that issue, because I knew going in this is going to be more friendly to the Palestinians, side of this. Exactly. And being that I'm trying to major in journalism right now, I know that you got to take everything with a grain of salt with what you read, and just common sense and critical thinking and all of that. You got to take everything with a grain of salt. So it's good to hear these other perspectives so I can become more knowledgeable. And I think a lot of people too that hopefully are at this point of the podcast, if they last this long, are able to do the same thing, because I think, like we said, it's in this area of the world, it is never black or white, right or wrong. In most cases, Hamas obviously is bad, but it's a lot of gray with a lot of these issues.
I want to push back a little bit and say it's not as gray as people like to. I think it's a very lazy way of saying it.
Okay.
Pay to slay is not gray.
Oh yeah.
If you are paying people to kill other people, there's no partner for peace over there. There's no.
And I would agree with.
And over and over again, it's not. Are there nuances? Yes. Are there complexities and history behind things? Yes. And I think if I think that's what you were referring to when you said,
right, yes.
Gray. There's nuances to it. Yes, but there are many things that aren't. Mm-hmm. There's one last thing that I want to, if we're moving on from this topic,
sure.
say, which is that's all my feelings from understanding the history, from understanding the legalities of it. My long rant about the West Bank and Judea and Samaria and the occupied territories, whichever name you're going to call it.
Right.
That's my feeling. That's my understanding from the Israelis' perspective. At the same time, from a political standpoint, where the world is just so against it. I think that I go back and forth on it. Do you just give in to the world? Do you just give in to what the broader world is saying about? They're insistent that it's illegally occupied. If you turn on most of Western media, when they refer to the West Bank, what do they refer to it as? The illegally occupied territory, right? Maybe that's just Al Jazeera and Middle East, but like CNN for sure, West Bank. I'm sorry, for sure, occupied territory, right? That idea. In other words, again, that you're what does that connote? That you are occupying someone else's land. That's what it. So my point was, I still think that from a political standpoint, Israel should stop with the expansion of the settlements until something is figured out one way or another.
Right.
I think that just the world hates Israel so much, we don't need to give them more fuel to hate us more. So that's my perspective from a political standpoint.
Yeah, and I think that's smart from an Israeli perspective too. You're adding more fuel to the fire, I guess, in this sense, especially like Western media too.
On the other hand, sorry, because the Jewish, but on the other hand, we tried that in Gaza, and in 2005, we completely left the Gaza Strip, and we thought, okay, the world will now finally see that we're nice people. The world will finally see that we're trying to extend an olive branch. We want to give the two-state solution. It's here. Here's Gaza. You want it? You want to create your own land? It's here. And we're sitting 20 years later, and look where we're at with Gaza. So it's like, on one hand, I say, why give them more fuel? On the other hand, I say, no matter what Israel does, no matter what the Jews do in the situation, they're just going to be vilified because, going back to what we said a few hours ago,
right?
Anti-Semitism, Jews are the problem. We just have to figure out why we don't like them. First it was the Romans, then it was Jesus, then it was Hitler, and now it's human rights.
It's an interesting perspective, certainly. I don't have to, when I'm not 3.5 hours into a podcast, sit down and think about more. But you do make a very compelling case in that sense, and I would agree with you in most of the things you're saying. But again, like I said, I got to
decompress.
I got to decompress and digest. My brain kind of goes like mush after about 2.5 hours.
I'm sorry.
3:40. So no, it's totally fine. I like having.
Can I have one question?
Yeah, go for it.
You said that is there anything that you fundamentally disagree with what I've said? Like, I can't believe you said that, Yitzi.
I don't think, as of right now, I will go back and listen through all this, like I mentioned, edit and everything. I think maybe one point of skepticism I would have is just, like I mentioned with the grain of salt, like, and you've mentioned this too, how you have everyone has their biases too. So I wonder if there's certain nuances within the information that you're providing that maybe doesn't make it so abundantly clear that like Israel is in the right in every situation, because I think history is just so complex, and that there's definitely been there's probably been some areas where like we go back to the gray, and now there's probably some instances where they were wronged in this way or another, but maybe there's some instance where what they did brought about this there's an externality within that. And I guess one of the questions I had was, because of these settlements that are happening, just to use the term.
Go for it. No worries. Go for it.
But because of these settlements and the conflict that has arisen from it and the personnel that they need to reestablish homes on this area, they took away. Could one argue that this made Israel more vulnerable to an October 7th-like attack? And the reason October 7th was so successful is because they had other personnel out in the West Bank focused on those resettlement issues. Do you think that's... I'm not saying that's my biggest critique, but I'm just saying, like...
In other words, Israel was focusing so much on the West Bank, and they weren't focused on what was going on in Gaza?
I'm not saying that they're not focused on Gaza, but by having these personnel focus, some of them focused on the West Bank, did that make them more vulnerable to an attack from Hamas on October 7th?
I mean, that the answer to that question would be, what do they call it? Monday morning quarterback.
Oh, absolutely.
You know,
100%.
I don't know if it's. First of all, I don't know if I'm qualified enough to answer the question. Just
I don't
from
even
a
know if I'm
military
qualified enough to
standpoint.
ask the question. So
The question is definitely a Monday morning quarterback question, which is fine. I think a lot of it is of what we're talking about. I don't know if it's either, not, as they say, neither here nor there. The one thing I will say is, but that's what Israel has been dealing with for the last 75 years. They were always at risk from the north to the south, from the east to the west. The fact that the Mediterranean Sea is there is such a blessing. It means one less country that is able to have easy access to Israel.
Right.
So it's just like that has been Israel's story since its birth. There was always people on every aspect, and that's the story of Israel's life.
yes. Yeah, so I guess if I were to say if there's any critique, and I can't point to a specific, but I guess just that the grain of salt, and I just want to, I'm coming in with an open mind and everything, and I'm not saying I disagree with everything you say or anything you say. Again, I have to go and do more research, but I just want to, I know this conversation warrants more research from me to have a better understanding of what I personally think, but I think we're still on a step in the right direction. I think as we get close to sort of wrapping up here, I think one more subject that's relevant to the university and just America in general right now is the pro-Palestinian protest. We'll start with those. What are your thoughts on the university pro-Palestinian protests that have spawned out of October 7th? And we've kind of alluded to it a little bit more, but just what are your thoughts on those?
My first statement is, obviously, I'm a big and strong proponent of freedom of speech. I think freedom of speech is a very important element and aspect to this country. I think that's the First Amendment is what makes this country so great. At the same time, there's a lot of nuances to it that have not been figured out, and where it breaches from freedom of speech to hate. Before we mention the Antifada, if people don't know what the Antifada is, it was, I think again I mentioned it.
Yep.
It was violence galore.
Was it like the separation, or is some sort of translation, or is like to separate? I forget exactly, but
I don't know what it means from Arabic, but I know what it means practically.
Right.
It means bus bombings,
which is more
important, right? Bus bombings, pizza parlor bombings, and stabbings, and so on. So when you stand on a college campus and you say Antifada revolution, or something along the lines of Antifada is the only solution. I forgot what all the rhymes are already.
right.
That is a call for violence.
Yeah.
That is a call for bus bombings and knife stabbings and killing people. So if that gets complicated on whether or not, in other words, if a president of a university or the police can't figure out that is considered hate speech, then we have a problem. You know, it's the point that I'm making is that free speech is very, very nuanced. We've somehow figured part of it out. We know that we cannot yell to the call of violence. We know that you cannot yell fire in a movie theater.
Yep.
Right? Even though you have the right to freedom of speech, that would be illegal. That has been ruled out illegal. Right? Calling for an Antifada and calling for the death of thousands of people in Israel shouldn't be nuanced, but for some reason it is. And the same thing is with many other of the slurs and the poems and the rhymes that happened. You know, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. What river, what sea are we talking about? Right?
Free of what?
And free of what? Right? And when you say it in English, it means one thing. When you say it in Arabic, it means something else. You know, it's that's when it crosses a line, and that's when it turns from not just free speech, but to hate speech. And the fact that most universities refuse to recognize that's a big problem. And I think that and again, I know we're close. We're hitting 4 hours, but I can talk for another hour about this. But the one quick point that I'll make is that when Natan Sharansky, he was a famous refusenik. He sat in prison in Russia for many years for fighting the communists. He eventually came out and became an advocate for human rights, joined the parliament in Israel. Mm-hmm. And one of the things that somebody asked him one day, saying, like, when is it okay to criticize Israel? And when does it go from criticism to anti-Semitism? And he called this litmus test the 3D test. And the 3D stand for when you dehumanize, you delegitimize, and you have a double standard. Mm. And if you have one standard for Israel but another standard for everyone else, that's anti-Semitism. So I share that with you. When you ask the average person on the front line of Northrop, how many people have died in a current war going on between Russia and Ukraine? And they have no idea. But they only know how many Gazans died.
Double standard.
That's a double standard. When you have no idea how many people have died in Syria, how many people are in gas chambers, are going to gas chambers now, because in anywhere in the world, if you know nothing about, we talked about this yesterday, and you know nothing about the war in India and Pakistan, which has so many similarities to the Palestinian conflict, it happened the same year, right, 1940. It's just about Jews that you care about. It's not about human rights anymore. Mm-hmm. When Jews are involved, you care about it, but that's a double standard. And that's my problem, and that's not necessarily a problem with the university. The problem with the universities and the administration is the fact that they have a hard time figuring out what is considered free speech and what is considered hate speech. But then my problem with the average protester there, when they don't care about anything else or don't protest for anything else, and it's just about, Israel, that's the only time you've ever sat on a protest, that's the only time you care about all of a sudden human rights, then I question the whole legitimacy of it.
Right. I'd say that's a very valid critique. Like, if you ask someone, what's the greatest humanitarian crisis in the world right now, especially on that Northrop lawn, 99% would probably say Gaza, when it actually is what's happening in Sudan.
Right.
And there's allegations of ethnic cleansing or genocide being thrown at Israel right now, but there's like actual ethnic cleansing rape being used as a weapon in Sudan right now. And
so you know what the average person will tell you? You know the comeback to that is?
What?
Comeback is, well, we're not funding Sudan. We're funding Israel. So all of a sudden now I'm thinking to myself, wait, so then it's not really about human rights, so it's about money.
Right.
Which one is it? So it's about who you're funding, or is it about... That's why, I made that little comment or face when I talked a little bit about before about the pay to slay your tax dollars. Mm-hmm. I don't care about the tax. Like, the tax dollars is just an excuse that people use to care about something. Either you care about human rights, or you don't care about human rights. Don't make this about your tax dollars all of a sudden. You're just using that as an excuse of why you're all worried about what's going on in Israel and not worried about what's going on in Sudan.
Yeah, and I think what you're speaking to is a larger issue within our society of just a lack of information and a lack of politically engaged or just current events engagement for a lot of people, especially young people. Like, there are so many people that I know that are not as civically engaged as I'd like them to be. And I also know it's not beneficial to tell them how stupid they are by not being civically engaged or not as up to date with the current news. But that's not going to do anything to make them more civically engaged or more up to date. You got to do what we're doing, having a dialogue, a polite dialogue. You can agree to disagree, but don't be disagreeable, sort of deal.
Right.
And
well said.
So when it comes to these protesters, I would go to those as a neutral observer. And I'd go and just kind of hear the chants. I mean, it's a pretty historic thing that's happening on the college campuses, like the encampment that we had last spring around this time. and just to talk to them and hear their perspectives. And just because you're talking to someone that has a different perspective or than yours doesn't mean you agree with their perspective. But you need to have this dialogue, and that comes back to the issue within Israel right now, and the Palestinians, whether it be Hamas or the PA, just having this dialogue is going to be a good start, but also it's not the same because of the violence, obviously, within that region. But still, in America, being able to talk with people that have different perspectives from yours is important. In the area of free speech, I think it's Brandenburg v. Ohio that said that hate speech is allowed. It's like that incitement to violence. Like, you can't say, let's go burn down Sanford Hall right now. You grab the gasoline, I'll grab the lighter, and announce that to the public. That would be incitement to violence. But if you wanted to say something like when they had Donald Trump on January 6th, that was kind of a gray area. Did he really cause them to march down to the Capitol, or was he just engaging in political speech? And that's where I feel like the U of M's in a hard position in the sense that's, is it free speech? Even if it's anti-Semitic speech, hate speech is still protected by the First Amendment, at least from my interpretation of it.
Legally, it is. I don't think, not according to the code of conduct of the university.
And
that's a difference.
Yes, and that would be where you can get in the weeds on that. Is then okay, how do you go about that? So then I can see where you're coming from, and where I'd have some sympathy with your claim, in the sense that the university has to do a better job in drawing a line in the sand. But it's a very delicate dance for a variety of reasons.
Okay.
But again, like I said, not to make excuses, but 3-4 hours into a podcast and all, ideas are very fluid right now and mushy. But again, still appreciate your perspective with all of this. And I definitely don't condone. Is it condone or condemn? I don't condone.
Condone means agree. You don't condone.
I don't condone with anti-Semitic speech, but I think people have the right to express it, but I don't think it should lead, or I don't want it to lead to violence. And obviously,
so would you be of the opinion that saying, calling for an Antifada, would you be of the opinion that should be allowed on a college campus?
I think if it's in the code of conduct that promoting violence is against that, then it shouldn't. But I think if you were in front of the state capitol and you said that, yes, because it's not going to lead to immediate violence, because if you were to do an Antifada, realistically, that wouldn't just be like you just press a button and all of a sudden that occurs.
No, it's a call to action to violence.
And the thing, from my understanding, like the Brandenburg case, I don't know how familiar you are with that one. I've learned about it with my media law class that I'm taking right now. It was like this Brandenburg guy was like the leader of the KKK in Ohio. And he was saying something about like going after the Supreme Court justices and the president and kind of flirting with we might have to resort to violence, but he wasn't making a set plan to like initiate this violence. So if you're saying like we should have an Antifada, like that's one thing. But if you say we should have an Antifada and we should do this, that, and the other thing, then that's completely different sort of deal. So the Supreme Court definitely in America has its work cut out when it comes to regulating speech, especially when it comes to online speech too. And we'll definitely probably be seeing that occurring within the future here. I'm curious also what your thoughts are on the Trump administration's methods of combating anti-Semitism on college campuses. Do you think that's doing more good than harm, or more harm than good when it comes to the Jewish community right now?
Are you specifically referring to the deportation of students, or
I think deportation and then also holding funding. I think there's a dispute right now with Harvard and like tax exemptions, so and like the chilling effect that can create. So I'm just curious on what, from the perspective that you hold.
So the holding of the funding, I'm not super familiar with it. I've saw the articles about it. I don't really understand. I don't think I gave the time to understand the nuances of it, of why and what. My basic understanding is that as long as the Trump administration is not comfortable with what Harvard is doing to protect Jewish students, they're holding funds. That's my limited knowledge of it. Is there more to it? Am I missing some?
I think it's almost used as like, from my understanding of it, and again, for full disclosure, like I voted for Kamala Harris. I have more left-leaning political ideology.
I never would have thunk.
Right. But I'm also very capable of critiquing the left and try to be as open-minded to the right's perspective. But in this instance, I think that the Trump administration is using the anti-Semitism case, which is legitimate, as you referenced that statistic earlier about the rise in anti-Semitism after October 7th. But I think they're using it as a case, like a false pretense in the sense to justify their actions in this. But I think they're really trying to go after the quote-unquote left-wing ideology that's being spewed within these institutions and promoting theories or
histories. Just using anti-Semitism to go after them?
I think that could, from the way I've understood it so far from the articles I've read, and this could be my personal bias too, because at this point I would say I'm not a fan of the current administration. Their actions
why not?
So far.
I'm kidding. Don't answer that question.
That's going to be another 4 hours right now. But I think they're just using it, one, because there's a lot of, and I don't even know if this could be considered anti-Semitic to say this, there's a lot of like powerful pro-Israeli lobbyists that are involved, like within the political sphere of influences within Washington. So I think there's like some money aspect involved within it. But then also I think that they're just trying to take away the legitimacy or the power of these institutions because they don't like what they're professing or what they're teaching their students. But I think there is a reasonable way, or there's a reasonable demand to combat anti-Semitism. I just don't think their ways justify the means, if I'm saying that correctly. No.
You don't know if the means justify the end.
The end, yes. I don't think the means justify the end.
Again, I'm not super familiar to comment on it. The only thing that I will say, just with regard to the common denominator that my opinion of both on whether it's the deportation or the funding, is the following: that it has been very, very few and far between leaders of the free world that have stood up for Jewish people. It's that's the fact that there is somebody that says, I'm going to protect the Jewish people, and I'm not embarrassed about it, and I'm not, that makes my heart swell. That makes me happy. Mm-hmm. That from that perspective, I can comment on, wow, here's a guy who's going out on a limb to protect Jewish students on college campuses, and an administration that wants to do what they can. Now, but that may be looking at it from a very, very simple standpoint, and that's all because that's all I know. So I don't think I can comment on it any deeper in a way of, you just brought up a whole point that is definitely an opinion, not a fact. In other words, your opinion wasn't based on whether it's your own opinion or you read it, saw it somewhere else, that he's using anti-Semitism to go after the left. There's this great line in Hebrew. It's Osheken Osholo, which means maybe yes, maybe no. It just sounds better in Hebrew. That's why I said it. And it sounds cool to use another language. But, like, maybe yes, maybe I don't know. I don't know enough about it to comment. So I can't really comment on whether it's a good thing or it's a bad thing. The only thing I could say is that this is one of the first times in history that somebody is willing to go to bat for Jewish people, and I support somebody who doesn't mean I support Trump. It means I support the action. From my little knowledge, I support that action of protecting Jewish students and Jewish students on campus. Is it a lot deeper than that? Maybe. And for me to comment any deeper, I need to do a little bit more research, and I don't think it would be fair for me to comment otherwise.
Yeah, and I think that's totally reasonable too, because I've used that as rationale also for myself and saying I just don't know enough to make a sound argument or judgment on a certain issue. So I totally respect that. I have 2 more questions here, and then we can wrap up. And they're not tied to any modern politics or anything. They're more just baseline. Curious to hear what your thoughts are. First one, where do Jews get their resiliency from? Where do you think that comes from?
The fact to be insistent of, I mean, even the term resilience, in which aspect? In resilience in sticking around, resilience in, like...
I think resilience to continue to practice the faith that has, not their fault, has caused so much harm to themselves from other people.
Right.
But they're still loyal to the faith. What causes them to bear these crosses, to use a metaphor, over the years, for thousands and thousands of years, to still come back to the faith, even after the most atrocious thing like the Holocaust, and still die for that cause, whether they wanted to or not. Where do Jews get this loyalty, and out of this loyalty, this resiliency to keep practicing their faith?
I think that the persecution and the subjugation is part of the answer. In other words, the fact that our ancestors marched to the gas chambers with, the words of faith and believe on their lips, and the fact that they were subjugated to the Crusades and during the pogroms, and going all the way back to the Romans, when they burnt people at the stake in front of thousands of people, and our ancestors were ready to die for the cause of keeping the Jewish religion, Jewish tradition alive. I think that is part of the resilience of, if our ancestors died for it, at least when we live in a free country, when we live in a place where we're able to practice openly, right? It was just 50 years ago in the former Soviet Union where a person was not allowed to practice Judaism, right? If you were a Jew living anywhere in the Soviet Union, you knew nothing about Judaism because it was illegal. And again, and if you lived in Eastern Europe, if you lived in Germany, you were killed. I think that's part of the resilience. I think it's the fact that our ancestors were willing to give up their lives, or not even willing, they died for it. I think that's what motivates their offspring and this generation to keep at it and do everything and anything that we can to keep the flame alive, to keep the tradition alive, to keep the religion alive.
Honor their legacy too.
Yeah,
absolutely. My final question, as I try to end every podcast, what gives you hope for the future? And you can take that any way you'd like.
The youth. I think the young, in my world, college students that have so much to learn. They have so much to do. We live in a day and age where you have everything in your palm. You have everything at your fingertips, literally. You can search anything with AI and chat, and the fact that so many are searching for the truth and searching for their purpose in life and what life means for them, and to try to understand their responsibilities in life and why they were put here on this earth, I think is what gives me hope that we're going to be okay. Yes, lots of people are worried about too much technology and what's going to happen with AI and what's going to happen with, the environment and what's going to happen. We're going to be okay. The youth are passionate about it. They're not getting lost the way, yes, we spend hours on TikTok and chat and Snapchat, but it's at the same time they're motivated to finding the truth and to finding their purpose, and for that reason we're going to be okay.
It's a good way to end it. Yitzi, thank you for the time.
It's been a pleasure.
Thank you for listening to Youthful Perspectives. Of the vast amount of material we discussed, I came away with a better understanding of why the state of Israel is so fundamental to the Jewish faith, the sheer scale of discrimination Jews have faced throughout their entire history, and the importance for Jews to honor their ancestors by continuing to practice the faith that so many people tried to prevent them from practicing. But most importantly, I believe if more people were willing to understand beliefs and traditions different from their own, our world would be a more tolerant and peaceful place. Before we cast judgment towards those who are different from ourselves, try to walk in their shoes. You may come away with a healthier perspective that can benefit yourself and others. This is Mason Beerbaum, signing off.